The following program is rated TV MA LSV. It contains strong language, sexual situations, and violence. It is intended only for mature audiences. Viewer discretion advised.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to a special CHILLPOREAL. This time we're going to be, well, I'm not going to be the host this time. I'm handing my keys to the kingdom to a man of Manetheren. Here you go, Nathan. Wait, shit. There you go. There you go. All right.
There we go. Dude, I love that intro. That takes me back to my childhood all day long. It's so awesome.
Did you like the little bit of PIPS being a father? Then all of a sudden Darth Vader shows up and Luke's like, no!
I just want to say TV, what is it? LSV, violence?
Right.
I mean, I know the long arm of the law is a thing, but I don't think a man of Manetheren can actually reach either of the two of us.
no, there's that and the sexual situations thing. I love you guys.
No, that's real. Yeah,
but,
yeah.
But I don't love you guys.
Hey, I'm reusing content from my Wheel of Time Season 2 video.
I was very tempted to, since it's on Nerdporial's channel instead of mine, I was tempted to do, some sort of a very suggestive pose in the background of my set here when the
No, please don't.
It's like, ooh, sexual situations. Okay, all right. Hi, my name's
I got
Pips,
the wrong background.
DJ Ronnie G, thank you. Lots of people in chat. Hey guys.
Yeah, seriously. Say hi, John Soul and Callie Dare, DJ, like you said, Pips.
Thanks, Kale.
Mule reporting for duty. That's right. Yeah, it's good to see all of you. Thank you for joining us on this special edition CHILLPOREAL, where I, of your Manetheren tones, am your host, and I'm going to drive this channel down to the ground.
Oh man. It's gonna be good. It's
good luck with that.
It's gonna be a fun ride, though. Yeah.
No, it's been a while since I've been on actually with both of you guys, so I've been looking forward to this. We've been trying to get this on the calendar for I think 2 weeks now, week and a half.
Well, I think that we can safely say we've been trying to do it for a long time. Because how long ago did you send these to me?
Oh, that care package, I think I sent back in November.
At least. So I think this has been months in the making, which mostly was my fault. Not a whole lot of time with a new baby and all that stuff.
That's why it took me so long to ping it, because I was sitting there thinking, well, I'm going to give him some space, and then I was sitting there thinking, well, wait a minute, he might be deployed if I give him too much space.
And honestly, I go again in just a couple weeks. So this is it's good and bad timing, I guess. Right. I mean, it really flew. He's 7 weeks old, 7 weeks in a couple days, and he's already probably like 15 pounds right now. Like he's a real chonker.
Is he already 6 feet tall?
Not quite.
4 legs, long flowing mane.
So it's funny because he's massive. He's in like the 3 to 6 month outfits. Which
that stuff.
Which
those newborn diapers. That's like the day after you're done with those.
Yeah, the scales don't matter. But my point is that like you look at him and he does look pretty old, right? Like he looks older than he is. He's very large. I mean, he's in like the 97th percentile for size, right? So he's big.
Nice.
But he still has his little newborn baby sort of like nervous system. So he's all just like flopping around. So you have this, you have like a baby that weighs roughly 2 bowling balls, and he's just totally uncoordinated, and it's just like any way you hold him, he's actively trying to like leap down to the floor. Like he's gonna like kind of keep his head up like this, and then which he actually does a good job. He's like, since he was born, he's like lifting his head up and doing all this stuff, but he gets tired, so he lifts like this, and then he gets tired, and it tilts, and then he just follows it. He just follows the bowling ball. He just kind of
and you're like, oh, it's hilarious. It's hilarious because I mean, it's amazing how malleable they are because you
Mm.
think like with that kind of weight and that kind of movement, sudden movement, you think, oh shoot, he's going to break his neck and I'm going to be down to tax deduction already. And, and they
That's
recover so easily. I mean, my kids fell downstairs all the time, when they were just toddlers and even infants. And it's kind of like, wow, you just get back up and go about it, and it's pretty incredible. I mean, life and how it's given and grows. It's just an
yeah.
amazing witness.
Well, the answer there. So yes, he does have little sunglasses. I think actually, there's a picture of him and I wearing sunglasses together.
Nice work.
But yeah, he's a cute kid.
Nice. So I do have to ask, how's Mrs. Pips?
She's doing well. She had her first kind of postpartum physical therapy today, and they said things are going the way that they're supposed to. So things are healing up pretty well. I mean, 7 weeks is not like it's not real rough, but like in terms of the abdominal muscles have to come back together again and all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
It's a much longer process than maybe everyone kind of knows about. So
Yeah, it's an amazing thing what kind of physical changes the female body goes through to produce and bake and deliver a baby, and then go back to normal,
yeah,
and
yeah,
then wash, rinse, repeat, right? If that's how it goes, I mean, but
yeah.
it's pretty incredible. It's one of those things I remember going when we went through it with our two kids. I loved every bit of it, just kind of seeing how the changes. Now, my wife did not. She's like, I'm a horrible pregnant woman, but I make great babies. And I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. That said, for me, there was nothing like watching my wife,
Yeah.
have a baby growing. It was just great.
Yeah. It's I mean, we're still very much at the stage where I joke and I say that I'm not the mama from that old dinosaur TV show.
Yeah.
Jim Henson's Dinosaurs.
Yep, that's the one.
Oh.
Because like there are certain times of the day where he's eating and he's like in a good mood and we get along great, and I can take care of him, play with him, do whatever stuff, and we'll sit there and we'll have a couple hours of good time in the morning maybe or something. But then there are other times of the day where it's like this is you are not the mama, and there is no amount of I can sit there and bounce him and walk him and do all the things, and it's like no, I'm onto your scam.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, my dad, so my dad had 5 children. And in addition to I think 2 or 3 miscarriages. But so I mean they were mom and dad really enjoyed each other. And and I think it was either after I'm the 4th child, and I think it was after either I was born or my little brother was born. It was right after the birth, and dad's sitting there holding one of us. And he's just in awe of the whole thing. And he just looks over at mom and he's like, doesn't it just make you want to populate the whole world? And my mom's like, what the hell are you talking about? And like, I'm thinking, yeah, Dad, that's not the phrase to use at that point in time. Give that a week. At least. Oh. All right.
Well.
So in terms of that care package, I sent you some pipe tobacco, which you will enjoy in your trip.
I'm gonna have to hold on that. You can see my studio is indoors, and even on a normal day, I think have to pass on smoking inside. But especially with the newborn baby, I would not be authorized. So I'm holding it until my deployment coming up here. Looking forward to it though.
Probably, yeah. It's a wise choice. It's a good blend. I think you'll enjoy it. There's just a lot A lot of it's fantastic. But I also sent you two 2-ounce bottles of themed goodness. So my question for you is,
I'm not mixing. We're doing separate vessels here.
excellent work, excellent work. So what is your preference? Do you like oaky bourbons or do you like sweet bourbons?
I would say, because I started primarily as a Scotch drinker, and I still enjoy Scotch. I drink more bourbon than Scotch now, mainly because with import taxes and things like that, you can get a much better bourbon for the same price as a Scotch. So I have a few Scotches that I think are worth it, and I keep around. But I mostly have bourbons because I can enjoy a really good bourbon for the same price of a kind of mediocre Scotch, right? But with that in mind, I would say I probably prefer bourbons that are less sweet. So I like some of the spice that you get from like a rye bourbon. So like a little heavier rye mash versus like a really heavy corn mash, which is going to be sweeter. But hey, I mean, I drink all types.
And I don't think. Well, I know they aren't terribly high in the rye bill, but. So since you like that kind of oakier, more tanninier type of kind of bend,
Yep.
Then we'll go with the sweet one first.
Okay.
If that's all right with you.
That's probably good because I just finished drinking my Irish coffee, which you guys saw the picture of that. It's super good, but it is a little on the sweet side. So if we go sweet to sweet, I'll probably keep a good appreciation of the flavor. Whereas if I think if I try and go sweet to oaky back to sweet, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. All right.
Maybe I should go rinse my mouth out and go drink some water.
Yeah, actually go do that.
Okay.
Go do that real quick and then we'll get started here and we'll
all right. Well, John, yep, the Not the Mama reference. It's funny because I made that comment when my mom was new grandmother. This is her first grandchild. She was visiting us, and I was joking about it, and her and I kind of both sort of recalled the show together when I had first said it, and she's like, "What was that show called?" And I was like, "I'm pretty sure it was just called Dinosaurs." And it was like if you took the Roseanne show and you made it with like weird dinosaur rubber suits. It used to show.
It was a great show. It used to be on TGIF when I was growing up. It was when it ended, I was upset. So I mean, like it was only on for 4 seasons and it had a dark ending. I mean,
I don't think I saw the ending of it. So I
didn't either. I didn't either until like Angry
Video Game Nerd. Did it end with just the meteor? Was the end of the?
Yeah. So
I do that. You have to end it that way.
I do have to do a video on that one. That one was something I grew up with. Now forever, I'm going to think of Baby Sinclair as your kid now. And so he's going to hammer you with a frying pan. So.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you guys discuss the dark ending of the show Dinosaurs. I'm going to go get myself some water as a palate cleanser here. Be right back. So.
Awesome. All right.
So we got Gadfly's here too. So we got Gadfly, we got Nos, we got John.
Look at that Nos in the house. I haven't seen you guys in way too long. I'll tell you what. So we were doing that Silmarillion stream on Lady Balefire's channel, and I think I had to, with sickness and travel and all sorts of whatever it was in January. I think I missed the last 2 of those.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I was irritated with that because I was like, I want to be part of that discussion because him and then Fanor and Lady B, it was all lots of good fun. So,
yeah, I miss you doing the Wheel of Time stuff. So I mean, so reading wise, I just finished 25, even though I covered up to 29 yesterday because I listened that far. So yeah, so my goal is to finish the Fires of Heaven by next week. So
right,
Fires
of Heaven has a great ending.
That's what I hear. So Dane basically said that most books have a Forsaken show off except for the Lord of Chaos. So I'm curious how Lord of Chaos ends.
Remember.
What's funny about that? Are you familiar with, because you've met Mazrim Time, right? Or Taim?
They've met. They mentioned him. We haven't actually. I don't
I know
think
you've-
we haven't met him in the store yet.
I know you've done some spoilers and stuff like that, right? So, are you familiar with the like old kind of fan theory about like who Taim was?
No.
Okay, all right. I won't really spoil anything. There was an idea about Taim's identity and like what his kind of role in the story was and stuff like that. And if you were aware of that, we could have a little conversation. That's not really a spoiler for the Underlord of Chaos, but don't worry about it. All right, go eat a pack of mayonnaise and
right.
and get.
No. Prophet right now is just trolling because he's trying to recover from having to watch Avatar for the episode 5.
Yeah.
Oh man, I haven't
steaming-
watched his takedowns of it yet, and I haven't watched it yet. And I just
Don't watch
remember. So he seemed like he was cautiously optimistic about Avatar.
Yes. Yes.
And then I saw some of his posts on YouTube, and I'm like, dude, I need to watch these breakdowns. He's like, how many keyboards are broken? How many keyboards are broken?
no keyboards yet. But it is.
It's brutal.
I'll tell you what. It is this one. Like, did you watch the cartoon?
Yeah, I never watched the Legend of Korra, whatever, but I watched all of Avatar.
I didn't either, and I'd never watched the cartoon until a month ago, and then I just steamrolled it to get ready.
Oh,
for
that's
the
always
show.
the worst way to do it. When you're real fresh off of it, and then like you go into a bad adaptation. That's always the worst.
I'm not even finished. I just started season or book 2 of the animated show. So, and I'm really enjoying the animated show. So,
Animate's awesome.
It's a great show.
It's I noticed right away based on just episode 3 because I watched it with them, I covered it with them. They combined like 5 episodes and they did such a piss poor job putting a story together for that.
Yeah,
so.
and 5 episodes, all from different seasons.
So that was always the question for me is like, how many seasons were they targeting with the show? Right? Do we know that? Do we know like how many seasons they were planning on doing?
No, actually,
we don't know.
Because the cartoon had like 4 seasons, right? There was 1 season per like nation, right?
3 books, yeah.
3 books. Okay, so I couldn't remember if it was 3 or 4.
1.
Cool. So I couldn't remember if it was 3 or 4. That makes sense because like obviously the there's really only 3 nations left by the time of the the sequence. Right?
Spoilers.
Yeah. It's episode 1 spoilers, right? But even so, if they were only targeting like a 1 or a 2 season kind of miniseries, then like you're gonna have to do a lot of combining. But I didn't have super high hopes. I thought like it looked like it was gonna visually look good, and I think the best that I was hoping for was that maybe it would be a good show if you hadn't watched the cartoon. And it sounds like it didn't even do that. It sounds like it's not even. It's
there's people out there that are enjoying it, so I mean.
Not a lot.
It's like Picard season 3.
It's such a disappointment after how good One Piece was.
I haven't seen One Piece.
Yeah, I haven't seen that. I know my daughter likes the adaptation.
Admittedly, I'm not a watcher of the anime, and I never read the mangas or anything. But I watched the show, and the show was really good as someone who has not encountered the story before. And from what I understand, people who did encounter the story before and knew it think that they did about as good as you can reasonably do given the style of the cartoon. In terms of like how over the top it is. Other than there was some casting complaints and some other stuff, but I thought all the actors did a really great job. The set was interesting. The storytelling was like, the pacing was good. Like I liked the show.
So I would say with Avatar, the only good marks I can give it are the set design. It
did look good in the trailers.
It looks very good. The trailers obviously presented all the stuff from season 1 that they knew that they would get a whole bunch of fan service ahs from, and it worked. But at the same time, like all their clothes, everything looks brand new at the same time. So nothing looks lived in. So it falls apart a little bit there.
You know,
But
that
the story
what's your
wise,
take?
though, it's
What's your
just a
take on the clothing
disaster.
thing? What's your take on the clothing thing? Because on one hand, I've never been like really bothered by the like newness of clothes in shows, right? I get bothered by the
Mm.
like quality where like it looks trashy, but it like looking fresh, like
Well,
that doesn't really bother me too much, except for one thing, which is that it's so common of a complaint, right? Like every single show, every single movie, they seem like they mess this up. And it's got to be so easy to just make all of your costumes, run it through the wash 20 times. Like what? Like
right.
why is every
Yeah.
single show messing this up
Right.
so
Just
badly?
hand it over to the lady with the washboard and just have her go at
Yeah.
it, you know?
I have heard one thing, which is that from a set dressing aspect where they have to do sometimes they have to shoot things out of sequence, they have to go back and do a reshoot, they have to do whatever, by
Mhm.
having clothing that is like kind of pristine, it's easy to later go back and reshoot a scene and you don't have
Sure.
continuity problems with the costumes. But
Yep.
like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that I think is compelling for like blood
Lazy.
splatters and mud splatters and like current grime. It is
Mhm.
not compelling for like just general wear and tear. Where like, how hard is it to like kind of rip out an elbow in like basically the same spot? And like, if the
Right.
audience member is doing a frame by frame comparison and telling you like, oh, you clearly shot this with the season, with the episode 7 shirt instead of the episode 2 shirt, it's like, call that a win. Like, chalk that up in the win column.
Right.
And
Yeah. Well, because when you sit there and you think about that, it's like you're not you're not watching a show where you're living in an era like what we live in the real world, where we can just sit there, wash our clothes, get it all nice and clean, and our shirts white and pressed and whatever, and go out looking like we're wearing new stuff. These people are living on the land and roughing life, and and so why is it getting presented like that? And I agree with Steve. The costumes themselves look very good. They are
yeah,
very accurate to the cartoon. Um, if I guess the one ding on it is that it just doesn't look quite lived in.
yeah,
And then outside of that, the show is complete hot garbage. Like one of the scariest protagonists or antagonists that I've ever seen on uh, on anything is Ko the Face Stealer. And when Ko made an appearance in that one episode in book 1 of Avatar, I'm sitting there thinking, dude, this is some freaky stuff. And this was like 3 weeks ago when I watched this. I'm like, I do not want to come up against that guy. And the show completely neuters him, 100% neutered. It's unreal. Um, and he's not frightening at all. And then how it resolves itself, I won't spoil it for Steve because he's going to watch it tomorrow. How it gets resolved is laughably bad. It is just unreal stupid. So now that's it. On to non-stupid things. Because
yes,
we do have these bottles sitting here. So on the one that is marked RHF, you got that?
neither of mine are RHF.
Okay. What do you got?
I'm pretty sure the RF is probably
That would be it. That would be it.
it's
That
like,
would
oh
be
man,
this bottle.
we don't have the same ones. Oh,
So
okay. What do we got? That
this,
that is real. That is some real fanciness.
yes, this
Is it
is
Rock Hill?
Rock Hill Farms from
Nice.
uh, from Buffalo Trace.
Okay, so I
So
like Buffalo Trace. I have never had Rock Hill Farms,
yeah,
so this is gonna be new for me.
yeah, you're not gonna be disappointed, and you'll notice the theme.
I see it. I love it.
Yes. So this is highly allocated. So and both of these that you're going to be trying are highly allocated bottles. They're very difficult to get. And yeah, Steve, I am feeling 100% better outside of the lingering cough. So fortunately, I live in what's known as a control state, so I get the
Me too,
benefit. I get the benefit of being able to get my bourbon when I can get it at MSRP. Because Ohio
you-
doesn't.
but you
Ohio,
can't get it very often.
That's the problem.
Mm.
And Ohio, because everything is you cannot sell in Ohio without going through the stupid government. So
Yep.
it's all limited, which irritates the piss out of me. But they will host a lottery statewide, and so their lottery was a bottle of this, a bottle of Stag, Blanton's Gold, and something else. And so I entered in.
I need to sign up for those lotteries in my state as well. I've never done it.
Yes.
I talked to somebody who's like, I put in for the Pappy every single year. He's like, I've won it 3 times and I've never drank it. I always turn around and sell it.
Because you'll make $3,000 on it.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, I buy it for $600 from the lottery and I sell it for $2,500.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
and so the only reason, so I bought this cost me $60.
Nice.
Yeah. If you go and try and look on the secondary market, which is the only place anybody else can ever find it, outside of your non-control states, you'll see it on the shelf for at least bare minimum $200.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, and it tops out. I've seen them. I've seen videos where guys are hunting and they see it for like $400 on the shelf. So, so that is your first
I'm
glass
excited.
right there.
I'm pumped. I'm real pumped. Okay.
So,
all right.
And Brian, if you make it back down to my neck of the woods and I have some left, then we'll have a pour.
Absolutely. So I'm drinking. It's just kind of put a wrench in the cog, or a wrench in the machine. I'm finishing the Angel's Envy Rye right now. So.
Ooh, that's a good one. Very sweet. Very, 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 very.
I emptied
deserving.
it out. I emptied out the last the last stream.
Angel's Envy Rye is kind of, for me, like the perfect balance between the two things we were talking about: the spice, the sweetness, the oak, the spice, the sweetness. All this. It's great. Especially for the price. I mean, it's very reasonably priced for very, very good.
It's $100. It's one of the most expensive ryes, I think.
It's very good though. So
yeah. But it's got that nice little roasted marshmallow kind of thing going on for it. It's a good drink. So,
ooh, that's lovely.
It is. It's insanely good.
Okay.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with this pour. Oh yeah. So this is also 100 proof.
Zero burn. There is zero burn, and I was just going to say, just looking at the glass, it's not cast strength, but it's definitely not 80 proof, was what I was going to say. But man, no burn, very clean. I'm getting some spice. I'm getting some vanilla. I'm getting maybe some like cloves or something like that. And then some nice kind of syrupy, kind of caramely sweetness.
Yeah, that kind of barrel notes are really prominent with this one. It's the oakiness comes through, I think, more on the front of the palate.
Yep.
And fades to the sweetness.
Yep, I think that's the spice and the oak and the kind of what I'd maybe think of as smoke or char, some of those aspects I get for a little bit at the front, and then a lot of vanilla and caramel is what I'm.
Yeah. So at 100, at 100 proof, this is, well, okay. I will say probably this is arguably probably one of the best things that Buffalo Trace produces. I haven't had Pappy's before, but I don't know that I'm that much of an oaky kind of guy, so I don't know. But this is really smooth, really good. It makes me all sorts of happy. Even after this really being outside of my little warm-up sip that I had of another bourbon earlier today. This is the first time I've had something in a week and a half after being sick. So it burns me a little bit. So I'm catching myself back up, but.
Well, I was just going to say, and I did have essentially a shot of Jameson and a shot of Bailey's in my Irish coffee. So I'm working my way up there. But to me, this is like all warmth and no fire. Like this, there's no burn, but you like I mean, I took a sip from this, and like top of your head down to your feet, you just get that nice warmth, that flush,
Yeah.
that you're like, oh man,
Yeah.
I feel like a Saint Bernard just came and rescued me from sobriety.
Right. Yes, that's what
Not from the
the
snowstorm. Not from the snowstorm. They rescue you from sobriety. Anyone who says anything otherwise, fake news.
there we go. Yeah, that's what you go down to Kentucky and they go, that's the Kentucky hug.
Oh man,
Yeah. I
think
mean,
the
you could
smell-
sit there and smell that just
I think the
all
smell
day.
is maybe my favorite part. The nose on this is so good.
That's the one thing that I found that I end up typically doing with a lot of bourbons when I'm drinking it is I'll do a pour at night when I get home, and I will probably smell that thing for at least a half an hour before I take a sip. Yeah, it's just one of those things I do. And my older brother, he'll sit there and just go through them and drink and have 3 glasses in a night. I'm spending so much time sticking my nose in the glass, I get through one.
All right, tell me if you think I'm going crazy here. A little bit of dark chocolate.
Okay, so let me see here.
There's something about kind of the sides of the palate.
Could be maybe kind of a like a dark cherry kind of thing with it.
So that's I'm when I'm saying dark chocolate, I mean like 90+%, like the
you're the dark cacao.
Yeah, like where it's like there's some bitterness, and you start getting, like you said, like some cherry, or like you start getting like fruit flavors, right? You don't have the sweetness from chocolate. You have the bitterness, and the fruit is kind of what I'm getting. And I didn't get it the first couple sips, but the last 2 sips, both I've gotten some of that.
Yeah, so that could be kind of like a barrel char kind of element coming through with it. But yeah, I see what you're saying there. That's a nice pull. It's just, and it's nice to just sit there and have it kind of wash through.
Yeah.
All
right. So I said when we were discussing this before, I was like, all right, my plan for this, with your permission, right, would be to drink some neat, and then to put a little bit on a single rock and taste it with just the coolness. So cool it down a little bit, and then taste it again with a little bit of water kind of getting in. Do you think we should do that, or you think? I mean, I'm really enjoying it like this. I'm almost hesitant because I feel like what's going to end up happening, because I like whiskey neat, what's going to end up happening is I'm going to do that, and I'm going to be like, I preferred it neat, and then I won't have. So I'll have less neat to drink.
I will say I have not used my my whiskey rocks maker in probably 3 years, because this is how I drink it. I have not had whiskey on the rocks in a long time.
All right, know what we're gonna do then?
If you're worried about that, then don't pour it out of that glass and just drink it like it is.
Yeah, I think you got me sold. So if you're saying, as the professional of drinking these fine offerings, I'm gonna keep going with it neat then, because this is quite lovely. So again, thank you for sending me these, first of all. Second of all, man, real tasty.
Well, it's not every day you have your first child, so
only once, I think.
That's usually how it works out.
Yeah. Hey, Salty's here. Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Salty?
John was saying, I think before, that he got himself some Four Roses, which reminded me, you and I still have a bottle of Four Roses on the whether or not we see a season 4. Seeing some news about Rosamund Pike selling her house out in the Czech Republic, and I think I might be on the right side of it, with 3rd season being the last season. We'll see how it goes. But I am a man of my word. If season 4 comes out, you'll need to send me your mailing address, and I will send you a bottle of some Four Roses. which is also good bourbon.
It is very good.
Especially they've had some years with a single barrel that have been actually really nice.
Yeah, I like their. That's probably my preferred one is their single barrel blend.
Mhm.
I say blend. I'm retarded. Um, um, their single barrel stuff. I know that they've got that small batch select that's like that next tier up after that.
Mhm.
And I've never pulled the trigger on that one just because that single barrel is so good.
I've
Um,
tried the small batch. My recollection, and I don't think I ever did a side by side, but my recollection was that I didn't think it was that much better than the regular Four Roses to justify the price difference. I kind of thought if you like Four Roses regular, skip the small batch and go to the single barrel.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and you'll save yourself about $15 that way too. You know, it's just really,
Is the small batch more expensive than the single barrel?
yep. The small batch select is
Okay. I've never had the small batch select then. I've only had the
okay.
Four Roses small batch, the regular small batch, I guess.
Oh,
And
okay.
then, yeah.
Yeah. So upgrading from the small batch to the single barrel, I think is about a $10 jump,
Okay.
and it's easily worth it.
Yeah.
You're going to get a little bit more proof, less water,
Yeah.
and more flavor. It's really good. And then if you pay
Salty.
attention to the codes on there, they have you can actually tell which floor that barrel comes from in the
Wow.
rick house. And so
Huh.
people have run tests. So it's 1 through 6. And so people have run tests
Are
of
looking
having
for
one of each one and try and doing compares to see which one is better.
that's
And
interesting.
so usually obviously the 6 floor is the one you want to go for the higher quality, but I don't think
Huh.
it's gonna. I'd be surprised if there are huge differences, but it wouldn't shock me at the same time.
Well, Salty is saying Maker's Mark 100, which I don't think I've had their 100. I have a grandmother who's a big fan of Maker's Mark, and what is it? Maker's 46, Maker's 47,
46.
say 46.
Yep.
So I'd always get her a bottle of Maker's 46 for Christmas or something like that. And I like Maker's 46. I don't really like regular Makers that much. But Maker's 46 is good. So if Maker's 100 is a continuing trajectory from regular Makers to 46 to 100, if it continues that quality improvement, then I'm sure that the Maker's 100 is probably very good.
Yeah.
I'm assuming 100 is 100 proof. I imagine.
Yep. Yeah. The only time I've ever been able to enjoy Makers is when you get into their barrel stave selections, which are $75 a bottle, which are extremely good. The 46, the 100 for me, I think part of it is because it's a weeder bourbon.
That is 100% my thing with it as well. That
yeah, I have a tough time. I have a tough time getting around it. And we did a tour there last year. It's fantastic. Their tour, they've got a rick house. One of their rick houses is actually cut into the hillside, and so it's a cave. And
wow.
But it's cold, so nothing really. It doesn't age because it gets below that aging chill
I was going
point.
to say that's a little bit odd because I mean, generally you want the temperature fluctuations, right? That's what draws it in and out of the wood, right?
Right. And so what they do is that tends to be like kind of like their finishing. So if they're putting staves into the barrels, that's where they store it because they'll get the flavor out of the French oak or the American oak staves or whatever staves they put in there. But it's a fantastic facility. Their tasting is shit because they will literally give you a dram, which is literally 1/8 of an ounce, and then try to have you take 2 sips out of that. And
what is this? A dram for ants? It needs to be at least 3 times.
Right. Yeah. So Salty's right there. So Knob Creek 9, get a bottle of that at 100 proof. And at the price point, because I think a price point for Knob Creek here is $37, and it's excellent stuff. So
Oh,
highly recommend.
while I'm, first of all, I don't know how I'm pacing with you here. I'm getting towards the bottom. Oh, we're about on. We're about on. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing all right.
When we get to the end of this, Brian, I need you to help remind me. I have the next flight for our next whiskey stream. I have procured the next flight. It's spoiler for those. It's going to be the Three Little Piggies, and it's a flight of 3 whistle pigs.
Fuck me.
To the top one that I have is a pretty nice one. So it'll be it's three different ages of whistle pig, and the top one is quite good. So,
What's it called again? 3 Piggies.
well, that's what I'm suggesting that we call our future whiskey stream, where we do the flight of the 3 whistle pigs, is the 3 Little Piggies.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the thing of the CHILLPOREAL that we're doing.
No.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about then.
I have 3 bottles of whistle pig, so I have 3 pigs, and there's the nursery rhyme of the 3 Little Piggies.
Mm-hmm.
And one builds his house out of straw.
Brian is like, I have been drinking my Angel's Envy faster than you guys have been drinking yours.
I seriously doubt that, but yeah.
See, Salty knows what's going on. Drunk Porial, cheers. He knows.
Yep. Oh man.
Brian always says drunk Porial is a myth, but all I want to say is nope. That's false. That's absolutely
Right?
false.
It's
fake news.
Lies.
Right.
But honestly, like, I don't drink. I don't drink. So if you see that, it's a very special thing. I don't generally drink. I haven't had these. I don't think I've had the bourbon since Nathan, we had our stream. Back in December,
I think so.
So yeah, I'm not an alcoholic like you, Pips. No offense.
Hey, that's
kidding. I'm kidding. You're not.
That's functional.
You're non-alcoholic. You're non-alcoholic. You're non-alcoholic.
Funny.
But I'll say this.
funny.
I'll say this. When I was hanging out with Pips, he was very steadfast. Like I was thinking after hanging out with him, I was like, maybe I should have pressured him into having a drink with me. And I was thinking, well, if I did that, then I'd be an asshole. And then yeah, exactly. But the thing was, he got me to drink, and I was trying to practice a little solidarity with him. I was like, because I don't need to drink. Drinking is not my thing. It's never been. So
you didn't go crazy. You had a couple glasses. I like to think you enjoyed it. I got to share a couple of the different ones that I had. You got to try some. It was good.
Yeah, and you asked me like 3 or 4 times. So I was like, okay, fine. I'm in Rome, or I'm in Rome. I might as well,
I was like, I have all of these liquors, and someone in this house should be drinking it.
Yeah. So I mean, if that's not a friend, I don't know what is. But yeah. So
And his name is Pips Jr.
I was living vicariously through you.
I don't know. For some reason, I feel like you were suffering. You're just like, you're looking at me. I'm drinking. It's just like, oh, no, I'm kidding. No,
it was jealousy. It was jealousy.
No, it was not jealous. No.
You were making my Lenten fast that much more efficacious.
Yeah, and I said this. I know, like, you tried to get a beer. You tried to get a non-alcoholic beer, and you literally asked, like, what the percentage of alcohol was in the beer, and there was a little bit. And you're like, no. You're like, no. And I was just like, if that's not steadfast, I don't know what is. And you didn't even go into the portals of the rings or anything. So remain steadfast, Pips. I actually like those parts of the books. I liked Egwene's thing. Egwene's thing was wild, honestly. The third trial, with the 13 Murdral and the 13 was it Dreadlords or something like that, or Aja?
13 Nurgle and the 13 Black Aja. Yeah.
I'm curious if that's going to pay off.
Read and find out.
Find out. Yeah.
I mean, you were walking into that one. That's
Yeah.
Right. Well, at least we're not on the program of every time we say read and find out, you take a drink.
Oh God, I think that didn't I do that once? Didn't we do that once?
Yeah. You
yeah.
Wasn't I like destroyed or something like that?
Well,
I think that might have been.
Was not a myth.
I was gonna say that might have been the first Drunkporial. Was that the inaugural Drunkporial?
Drunkporial. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you mean. Pips, where are you? Did you say something? Where'd you go?
All right, we got a fresh glass.
All right, let me get my stuff ready here in a minute.
How's the Angel's Envy treating you there? By the way, Brian, while he's sitting.
I stepped away. I wanted to see if I could find something to nibble on, like some chips or something, and I couldn't find anything. So, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Like I'm really tasting the vanilla in this particular one.
I mean, Angel's Envy is like we said, Angel's Envy is a very solid. In fact, unfortunately, I am out of Angel's Envy, which makes me sad. But
I think they were the reason why I even know it exists in the first place. So yeah,
we did give you some Angel's Envy on the stream.
Yes.
Looking forward to introducing you to Whistle Pig in the Three Little Piggies stream that we will do in approximately 3 months ish. The Three Little Piggies in 3 months, it's going to happen.
So you're still your deployment. You're going to be 2 months. You're gonna go on. You're going to come back in 2 months, or is it going to be longer?
It might be a little bit longer. Yeah.
So, okay. So I know you said you have to travel for when we do Chilporial next week. So do you have to you have to go and get all the prepper all the prep stuff going on? Is that basically what's going on with you? If you can,
I'm traveling this weekend and next weekend for my job with the Marines, and then my deployment is going to be separate, right? For those of you who know this, I guess, I don't know. I might have discussed it with you guys, maybe not. There's a helicopter crash 2 weeks ago, mountains of California. You guys may have heard about it in the news.
I read about it.
Yeah. So,
memory eternal.
We got tasked to do a flyover for one of the funerals. So I'm going to be doing that this weekend.
So you're still technically on the duty roster in the Marine Corps?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
how's that work with doing the deployment too?
I mean, so I'm just not active duty. I'm a reservist. So
okay. So they'll call on you. They'll call on you whenever they want.
I come into work when I want to. It's honestly it's like the best job in the world. I get to show up and fly aircraft. I get to hang out with Marines, but I don't have to do any of the administrative garbage work. So my uncle did 30 years, and when he finally retired and got out, he described it as saying, he's like, I don't miss the circus, but I miss the monkeys. And I think that being a reservist is kind of great because I get to hang out with the monkeys, but I don't have to play in the circus.
Right.
Wow.
So
yeah, there were definitely worse ways to live.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be good. The other pilot and I that are going to be doing the flyover. We were both instructors, and actually both of us flew with four of the five people that were on the helicopter that crashed. So we trained most of the people who were on it.
Oh wow!
Oh, I'm sorry.
And it's rough, but. Yeah. But it's good. It's
sobering,
good to,
no pun intended.
Yeah, it'll be good to be there and participate, and hopefully show some support to the family.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, it's a
be
good way
there.
to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All
sorry
right.
for the bummer here. Let's
No.
I was reading. I read the when you brought that up, and I actually looked it up and I read it and stuff. And I mean, I'm a civilian. I'm not a Marine, or I've never been in the military. But I don't know. I don't know if I feel I can relate, but like when someone I know is going through like that type of event where they've lost somebody, I try to be there. Now,
Yeah.
I can't say it was the same, going around, but just I don't know. So when my friends lost like I had a couple of friends that lost their one of their parents and stuff. I tried to be there like through the entire thing. Like I went to the wake, and I actually was the only friend that went to the funeral and hung out with them afterwards. So but I don't know. I was reading that like Marines kind of do that, something similar. So I don't know. It's just I don't know.
Well, it's
maybe that's why we get along, Pips. Maybe that's why we okay. No, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. Sorry.
It's I mean, I'm not going to be at the service because we're not actually going to land. So we'll have a a time to kind of do the flyover, essentially, right? Is how it generally goes. So I won't have an opportunity to shake the hands or anything like that with the family or anything like that. But it's more just kind of knowing that like we're going through the effort to be there to show that they're I guess they were all men. So, their son or, husband or, brother, that he was one of us, and we're feeling the loss too, I think is the important part of it,
Yep.
It's, not to sidetrack too much farther on this, doing military aviation, especially helicopters, which is what I fly, and what they flew, obviously, since, like I said, I trained with them. Everyone that I know, if you do this job long enough, you either are in a crash yourself, or someone who was. And hopefully the crash is what we sort of call colloquially call a hard landing, right, where people are still generally okay. It's not giant big fireball, right?
Yeah.
But the bottom line is helicopters don't have ejection seats, and so it's a rough business from that perspective. And so knowing the people who are in it, and knowing that their families are, going through that thing that, kind of all of us have gone through at some level of separation, sometimes very personally, sometimes at a more of a remove, but being able to kind of try and be there with them, even if we're, flying overhead and not kind of there personally.
Yeah.
So,
there's always a point where it's you're there as much as you can in terms of a means of fellowship and in means of doing your part as part of the relationship that you have with these people.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
important.
I'm hoping that potentially the day before, we might have a chance to meet with the the family or something like that while we're kind of setting up and preparing and stuff. But I don't know. So.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, let's fill your glass there, brother. All right.
Hey, we'll pour one out for for them, right? So cheers.
For your brethren, yeah.
Cheers.
So this one has a big old BG underneath it, I'm imagining.
It does indeed.
And so Well, there's your little preview.
Ooh, okay.
Nice.
So
Yep.
is that Blanton's Gold?
This is Blanton's Gold.
Ooh, okay.
So it comes in a nice little velvet sock. And this is 103 proof, so it's 10 proof higher than good old Blanton's. And it's just got that much more flavor to it. This again was one of my little. I won the Ohio lottery twice this year. This past year for the liquor stuff. And
what did they say?
the
Better to be lucky than good.
Right. And so this was the first one. I really got to save up. So Blanton's Gold on retail, MSRP is $120. That's how much I paid for this. If you find it on the shelves, my OnlyFans, Salty, you disgusting bastard. Ain't nobody want to see that. Anyway,
here
so
we're gonna rename this show. It's gonna be Only Drams, and
shut up.
There we go. Only Drams. Nice.
we're just gonna slowly reveal bottles very tastefully. You know, it's kind of.
And if anybody's interested, the little letter there is an L.
Oh, okay.
L.
There are people who are interested. Yeah.
My dad has Blanton spelled out with all of his regular
in the regular Blantons or the Blanton's Gold Tops.
In the regular Blantons. Oh, if he had it in gold, I'd be like, damn.
Yeah.
No, it's funny because when I won this, like, and if you find Blanton's Gold on the shelves, it's going to run you a minimum about $325 to $500. So,
well, again, thank you for this right here. That's two really superior pours. Let's get a. Ooh.
Yeah. This one's going to have more oak. A little more pepper to it, so you'll probably like this one a little bit more than the Rock Hill Farms. And again, it just kind of depends on your palate for the day, right?
The other one is great. Aldan, thank you.
So the and it was funny because I won the Blanton's Gold back in June, or well, I won the right to buy it. We'll say it that way.
Yep.
And so I had one brother-in-law who was saying, "Oh, you should sell that." And I'm like, "No, I'm going to buy it, and I'm actually going to try it because I haven't had it before." It's the same thing with Rock Hill Farms. I'm going to buy it because I haven't had it before, and if I win it again, Blanton's Gold I'll sell. I'll probably just keep the Rock Hill Farms because it's so good.
The funny thing with that is, especially if you get it at a great price, right? Like if you win in the lottery, like I understand the person like the person that I knew who said that he put in for Pappy and then would sell it every time. One, I think that he had tried Pappy's before, right? Mm-hmm. So, he had maybe bought it, a pour of it at a bar or something like that. I don't know. But two, he just kind of knew that for him, it wasn't going to be worth it. And like, it's hard to pass up on, making $2,000,
right.
But like, I almost think like if you were to get, a $350 bottle or something like that for like $100, I mean, that's steep, but that's not unreasonably steep. I mean, maybe you just enjoy it. Maybe you just,
yeah,
Merry Christmas to me. Yeah.
The net gain on it isn't as incredible as if at Christmas time, if I had won the Double Eagle Very Rare bottle that Ohio was had out there. That bottle is $2,000 MSRP.
Yeah.
And you put it out on secondary, you're going to make $12,000. So it's like that would be a very hard bottle to open. And I don't care how long it took me to sell, that bottle would have gone in its case in my safe, never to be opened until someone bought it and I can deliver it.
Yeah, I that one I agree with you. I don't care how rich I would get someday. There's no way that I would ever be able to justify drinking a $12,000 bottle of bourbon.
Right. You know, gee, I can make, 2 months salary or whatever on selling a bottle of whiskey.
Is
Like, okay, you know.
I mean, even if you just had tons of money, like so I think maybe we've talked about this before on previous whiskey stream or whatever. I think that I enjoy whiskey and I have a decent palate for it, but I'm not a super taster, right? Like I'm not, one of those guys who can detect every single little thing and can score it out of 100 points and all this stuff, right? And so for me, the difference between like a really nice $80 to $100 bottle and like a $10,000 bottle is going to be wasted on me. Like I'm not the person who that is worth giving that to, right? I could tell you this one's better than that one, right? But like come on.
Yeah.
There you go. Haldan says we call those people wankers. Yeah. Hey, Aldan, you have some explaining to do. I saw an article yesterday that said that apparently the Australian cars are producing more global warming gases per vehicle than anyone else's cars in the world. So you guys need to stop cutting off catalytic converters and enriching the mix there. You guys, we put you on the bottom of the globe and you just try and turn the heat up on everybody. It's just, it's not very sporting.
It's not that, Pips. It's all those kangaroo farts. Oh man. So what do you got with this one there, Pips? Let's put that wonderful palate to use here.
See, not wonderful. Just good enough.
Just good enough
so
for you,
I definitely get more of the wood, and it stretches. It definitely lingers more. There's none of the sweetness that I got before on the other one. The other one I got kind of the vanilla and caramel. This one I get more of kind of like the middle of the palate with the. What spice is that? What am I getting?
I get that as black pepper. Really, is what I'm getting with that.
Yep. As soon as you said that, I think that's very much.
Yeah.
You know what I almost get, and this is the thing that I think I was trying to reach for. Have you ever had real Szechuan peppercorn?
I have not.
So if you have, Szechuan beef or Szechuan chicken or something, right? They have Szechuan peppercorn, which is not actually related to pepper. It's related to like citrus, like limes and lemons and stuff like that. But it looks like peppercorns. And it's not spicy. What it does is it kind of numbs your mouth and it makes you taste spice more strongly. So like when you put it with hot food, you get this like like your lips kind of tingle and you taste the heat from the other foods so much more, and it enhances the heat, right?
So it's like cocaine to the capsaicin.
Yeah. And I almost get that. I almost get that just kind of like the insides of the lip. I'm feeling the Kentucky hug, the black pepper you're talking about.
Yeah, the proofing is a little more prominent here than it is in the Rock Hill Farms. And that char, I get a little bit of deep sugar, kind of. It's either like a dark brown sugar or maybe a little bit of molasses in there, right? But it's behind the pepper as a very distant secondary kind of thing. So there's not a whole lot of sweetness to this, but it's just enough of the barrel characteristic along with that wood that really kind of carries it forward for me.
So I feel like I get most of the sweetness that I'm getting from this. I'm getting in the nose, not actually in the palate. And now that I've kind of thought of the Szechuan peppercorn, like that's what I'm getting out of it.
Okay.
But I get what you're saying about some molasses. Like there's the sweetness that you get, it's not the vanilla-y, caramely, kind of like brighter sweetness. It's deeper and darker. So yeah, I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's not kind of it, but again, it's not like I've had some where those types of dark sugars are kind of play a prominent role. This one's
Yeah.
just kind of more subtle because that oak is so forward in this. It really that is the star of the show here.
Yeah. The other thing I want to say about this, so this is, you said 103 proof, right?
Yep.
I would qualify this one as a very dangerous bourbon. Because, guys, for those of you not tasting this, this tastes like a virgin bourbon. like there's none, like not even in the nose. Like there's none of the vapor there. Like it is so smooth.
Yeah.
It is so smooth. So I think when they were mixing this, when they were blending this from, the different barrels they pulled together to make this, when they were proofing it, I feel like what they were targeting was the smoothest they could make this. And so like, I think you could fill up a pint glass and just drink this. This is dangerous.
Now, I drank with a guy one time that I used to work with. This was a couple decades ago now. We went out to Fido's Irish Pub one night because at the time we were both Jameson fans.
Okay.
And I'll still drink Jameson occasionally, but again, I'm kind of like you. It's like I like flavor. And Irishes and Scotches tend to be a little bit more empty because they don't have that barrel characteristic usually. But in any case,
well, you just gotta go to the peaty Scotches. I agree with you about Irish whiskey. I agree with you about Irish whiskey. I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah. Give me some Ardbeg, and I'm not going to be disappointed. But we went to this Irish pub, and waitress comes up, asks what we want. I said, yeah, I'd like a double Jameson, and she's like, okay. And she looks over at him, and he goes, I'll take a pint. And wait, I looked at him like, wait, did you just say a pint? He's like, yep. I'm like, really? Like, yeah, okay. She brought him out an entire pint of Jameson, and the dude drank the entire pint and ordered a second pint. And I'm sitting here,
and then drove home, right?
And he drove home, and it was, but he stood up. He drank the entire thing sitting down the entire time. Never got up to go to the restroom or anything. And when he stood up and walked, he was just walking normal. I mean, he's what you call that high functioning alcoholic. It's like, no. I looked at him and I was like, dude, are you all right to drive? He's like, oh, this is nothing. I'm like, damn, I'd hate to see the bill when it is something.
Oh man. So okay. So I had a roommate years ago who was a little bit like that. He would sit down on the couch to watch the game, and he'd take a pint glass and he'd just fill it up with spiced rum, whatever he was drinking. He'd just fill a pint glass and he'd just sit there and drink it, and I got him a bunch of like extra large size sippy cups. Because I'm like, dude, what's gonna happen here is you sit on my couch and you watch the game, and by midway through the fourth quarter, you got 2 ounces still in the bottom of your thing, and you kind
of right.
But yeah, that's I've never seen somebody who just drinks it and takes it. That's wild.
It's crazy. I've never seen anybody drink like him. And there was a part of me that kind of pitied the guy for it, because it's like, why? I mean, Jameson, a couple decades ago, it was like $20 for a bottle. because I think it's like $30 now or something like that.
It depends on the one. I think you can still get it for $20 a bottle.
Okay. So I mean, it's not an expensive Irish at all.
No.
But at the same time, if you're going through 2 pints and a sitting at Fido's, that's a bottle.
Yeah, you're drinking a bottle every night. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm kind of like, so you put that over the whole week, that's $140 a week just on alcohol.
Well, I mean, if you're drinking that many calories, you don't need to eat. So, your grocery bill is probably okay.
Well, it kind of reminds me of that scene in Blazing Saddles when Sheriff Bart walks into the jail cell and he's like, "You want something to eat?" He's like, "No, thanks. Eating makes me sick," and then just downs a bottle of whatever bourbon he's got in it. I freaking love Gene Wilder.
Oh, that movie is so good.
Oh man,
look at this hand, or look at this hand, steady as a rock. Yeah, but this is my shooting. That is a movie. That is
Lepetamine Thruway. Now, what'll that asshole think of next?
Head him off at the pass. Head him off. I hate that cliche.
Hey, where are the white women at?
hey, we can't afford to lose any of them horses there. Send a couple of them.
Yep.
The sheriff is near.
Yeah.
It's just, that movie, it's so good because, I mean, that was made at a time when people still had a sense of humor. They could recognize the things that they were making jokes about. That's why they were making jokes about them, right?
Yeah.
But man, like I saw something a couple years ago now. It was an interview with Mel Brooks, who's I think still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive.
And he was basically saying that he was like, that movie could absolutely never be made again.
Nope.
Right.
Nope.
Like you
Nope.
could never remake that movie, and that's such a sad thing to say about, a truly great movie that
had a good message.
The fact that we've changed to the point where a movie that actually had a progressive message can't be made. Like that's wild. It's wild.
I mean, you could go as far as shows like All in the Family can never be, or The Jeffersons can never be made again. I mean, and they said all those. Stanford's done too. They've said
a show that could never be remade, Brian.
What?
The Cosby Show could never be remade.
Come here. Oh man.
A little different, just like a little bit different, but
yeah.
There we go.
It's one of my what is it?
Oh man, yeah. I love the line that follows that too, because she's like, well, how about a little? He's like, please, I am not from Havana. Or
I'll be the same, baby.
Yeah. Well, and I guess she got an Academy Award for that role.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's why I think I read
that's
that
awesome.
somewhere.
That's awesome.
It's like Lily Von Stoop. What a name!
Yep.
What a great name.
Yep.
There we go.
LPK, the old hot Cosby.
Yeah. I will say so. So if you go back and watch that show, and if you don't know anything about Bill Cosby,
oh boy,
that show is hilarious.
Yes, it is.
His humor was timeless humor.
Mm-hmm.
It ends up being extremely hypocritical in so many places, obviously.
What do you mean?
But like if you watch his, just in terms of how he operated.
Life. Yeah, that was. I'll be honest. That was hard.
Allegedly,
like I did not like. I did not believe it when I first heard about it because of all the the Me Too stuff that was going on.
Yeah.
But then I looked a little bit into it and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, he
not
kinda
to
did.
not to go too extreme here, but we did say mature content with a sexual nature, right? So we did give the warning. We told people
We did.
uh,
Yep.
We did.
TV, MA, LSV,
LSV, all three.
LGBT.
But
Um,
if you want some good Cosby humor though, like go watch his stand-up, Bill Cosby himself. It's probably one of the funniest stand-ups of all time. It is just so good front to back.
He
Um,
talks about like his wife giving birth for the first time, and
Yes.
then they even cover that in the first episode. He's like, I forget. He's like, you told me I wasn't even. I forget how did he put it?
Yeah.
It's like my
She
wife.
proceeded to stand up on the delivery table and tell everybody in the delivery room that my parents were never married.
Yep.
And then to give him the sensation of the pain of birth, she pulled his lower lip up over his head. So yeah,
That was from Bill. That was from Bill Cosby. They literally did that on the Family, or not. I mean, Family Guy. They literally did that in Family Guy once.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny as
They
hell.
did. They did, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Huh.
it's great comedy, and it's unfortunate that it has the stigma attached to it now. But
Well,
Yeah,
I'm a firm believer that the sort of the death of the author thing, right? Like, I think that good art is still good art, even if the artist
Mhm.
is not a good artist, right?
Yeah.
so like for
Michael
example,
I
Roman Polanski.
yeah, I mean, I think that in a perfect world, the person who's been convicted and whatever, like, isn't being financially benefited by participating and watching their whatever, right?
You got to remember they're still
but-
human. You got to remember. I mean, I know, you got to remember they're still human. They still experience, the human condition with the rest of us. So I mean, that's
but I think that
that's
criminal behavior is different from just being a shitty person, right? So that's where I'm drawing the line. I'm saying in a perfect world, people who are especially when it comes to sexual crimes and things like that, right? Like,
yeah.
I'm totally fine if hey, if you get convicted of lots of sexual assault, rape, especially like pedophile stuff and whatever, like,
Yeah.
yep, you should just be in jail forever, and you shouldn't
Mhm.
get to make money off of selling your life story or whatever, right? But I also don't think that because Bill Cosby was and we'll say, now you don't have to say allegedly, he got convicted, even though the conviction never got overturned. He got released because it was a violation of his rights because of the civil trial and a bunch of other stuff, right? But anyway, so he got convicted of it, so he did it. The fact that he did that doesn't change the fact that his jokes were still funny. And I think that that's one of the great things about this, the context of art, right? Is that great art is a benefit to the audience, right?
Yes.
So when there's somebody who did something bad, the fact that the rest of us benefit from something that person did in some way in the cosmic system of whatever, right? I think that's a good thing. I think that when you take that person's art and you throw it in the sort of dustbin of history, you actually you've now made that person a net negative and only a downside on society, when instead they could still have something that they've given to people that is good. And I don't understand why we would want to rob ourselves of a good thing because we don't like that person. If that I don't know if that makes sense. I guess
it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, you're talking about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It just,
not even that though. I mean, I just mean that, like, the thing, once it's created, right, stands on its own, right? Yes. And if it's good, then it's good, right? Yeah. And the fact that that he's bad doesn't make the good thing also bad. And now when you watch that good thing, now maybe you have some extra information and it adds context. And oftentimes that actually makes it better. That deepens it, right? That was the argument with Civil War statues and stuff like that, right? Where, like, don't rip the statue down, put a plaque next to the statue that tells hey, this guy that has this statue that was made at this time and for these purposes also did these other things. And, like, that's the statue represents the people and the time that made the statue, and the plaque represents the people who came after. And you can now actually see in one place, you can see society's progress, that we held this person up and we shouldn't have, maybe, like how is that not good?
Right.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's
that's why I'm not a progressive.
right. Well, it's just there's at that point you've lost the ability to learn. There's nothing to grow from with that. What's Billiam Richards?
Billiam
Dick.
Billiam Dick Esquire.
Yes, Esquire. But yeah, if you don't sit there and kind of take all these things in and sit there and laugh at stuff, like you could sit there and look at one of the greatest shows of all time, with Seinfeld, and that show had some pretty things like today. Dude, no, you don't joke about that stuff.
Yeah, but like the Cigar Store Indian episode.
Yeah,
that was ahead of its time.
Oh my goodness, it's so great. But you don't sit there and you throw that stuff out, because there is value in that. You can't make a TV show like The Office today, which is
wild.
That was just 10 years ago.
The fact that people that were on The Office talk about how they don't let their own kids watch The Office because it's so problematic makes me want to throw those people off a bridge. It's wild to me that
what's wrong with The Office? Why is it problematic?
So many things.
Would you like a cookie? Would you like a cookie? Yeah.
Now I'm getting salty. Now I'm getting
right.
Okay, back to this for 1 second here. I agree with your assessment. You were saying if you were to win the lottery on both, you'd keep the other one, you'd sell this one. I agree. I think the other one was better than this one. The other one, I think, so this one, like I said, I think knocked smoothness out of the park. I mean, so smooth, right? To the point where I had to ask you. Yeah, I had to ask you again. This is 103 proof because it tastes like 80 proof, if even that, right?
Wow.
It is even the texture, it is very light on the palate, very, very smooth. And none of the syrupy mouthfeel. It doesn't taste high proof, right?
Yeah, they're a nice set enough of tannins in there that it dries you out rather than kind of. It leaves a nice coat and a nice finish, but it's not a sweet finish.
So very good. If this was a reasonably priced bottle, I would happily drink this all the time, right? The other one, I think, had a lot more interesting stuff going on. The other one, this one was so smooth. I was almost I had to really reach to try and get what am I getting out of it other than just smooth, warm, yeah.
It's not as complex as Rock Hill Farms. That said, it is, if you've had Blanton's before, regular Blanton's before, it's definitely a step up from Blanton's. But it's interesting because I've done a blind with the stuff with my brother on his whiskey channel, and it's which do you go for? And it's well, it just depends. Do you want sweet or do you want oak? If you're in the mood for oak, then Blanton's is going to be your go-to on the night. If you want the sweet, then you Rock Hill Farms. And
man, see, I get what you're saying, but I feel like I would be very hard pressed to think of a situation where I'd pick this one over that one. I think that one just, for me, that one had so much really good, interesting stuff going on with it.
Because there's still enough oak in the Rock Hill Farms to satisfy that as well. Yeah.
Anyway, this is really good. I'm enjoying it, but I think you spoiled me with the first one. The first one is that's That was good. That was really good.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well,
I'm
and
gonna
that's
I'm
kind
gonna
of
have
why I said
to.
that may be the best thing that Buffalo Trace produces.
Yeah, I might have to figure out a way to come visit and
Well, I do have other bottles
good.
of
Good.
stuff. So I think my latest in my inventory app says I've got like 73. I don't have a
Wow.
problem.
Wow. See, so you do whiskey differently than I do. I I find ones that I like, and I'll have like several bottles of the one that I like because I never want to run out.
Yeah, your depth rather than width.
But
That's what she said.
I was trying to be the mature one in the stream.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm a father now, so
Right, I know. You got to keep it clean in that household. You got a
yeah,
young
yeah,
one
yeah,
there.
yeah. So I will typically, if I'm trying something new that I've never had before, I'll only ever really kind of buy like a bottle or two. And I tend to kind of finish bottles that I get, right? So like I'll get one and I'll decide, do I like this enough to kind of add it to the rotation or not? But either way, I'm going to finish that one before
Yeah.
I go get more bottles generally. So I think I probably have like 30 bottles, but I probably only have like 10 different ones.
Yeah, and that's crazy because it's people operate so differently. Like you do the, I'm going to go deep in the cellar rather than it's the same thing with pipe tobacco. It's like, do I want to sit there and have a plethora of stuff to try, or do I want to just get a bunch that when the apocalypse happens, I've got enough for the next 15 years. And so I mean it's really interesting to hear kind of people's thoughts on that stuff, and right now I'm at the stage in the hobby of bourbon where it's like, well, I haven't had that bottle before, so yes, now, okay, good, my wife's not looking, so yes. you and then
Brian, have you ever smoked at all? You ever smoked a pipe?
Pipe? No, I I had you saw the picture. I had a cigar on New
That is right.
Year's Eve, but I don't even know
right.
if I don't even know if I smoked it proper. And I was expecting more. Honestly, I was just like,
What kind of cigar was it?
I don't even remember. My friend my friend cut a cigar in half, and both of us smoked for the first time. We probably smoked like we were in 7th grade or something. So
it's probably a Philly blunt.
I don't know what that means, but sure.
He cut a cigar in half.
Right.
Yeah.
Newbie.
What? I have never heard of this.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
I huffed it, and that was it. I was like, "What's so special about this?"
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Well, cigars for me, it's just a lot of tobacco to having one sitting. Like I used to get rare stuff, and then it started making me just kind of sick. I'd have to go in. I get that nicotine dizziness, so I'd go in, have a spoonful of sugar, come back out, finish the cigar.
Makes the medicine go down. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what. When someone told me that, I laughed my ass off, and then I tried it. I'm like, holy shit, it works. It gets rid of that nicotine buzz like that.
Wow.
And but at that point, I was just kind of like, okay, but I'm not enjoying it as much. And I've got these pipes. It's like I've got my grandpa's 1968 Peterson here. And
it's a nice pipe.
I love this pipe. I don't smoke it enough, but it's great. But and it's just it's not a whole lot of tobacco to put in there, but it's a process, tamping and all that, something to do constantly with my hands, and I can sit here and read, or stream.
So I really agree with one thing, that the idea is like it's a whole lot of tobacco. So I will find, depending on the cigar, right, and it's not always a size thing. It's different brands and styles and things like that. Some of them, like 2/3 of the way through the cigar, I'm getting a pretty good buzz, right? Others, smoke the whole thing and like, yeah, you're fine. But my issue with cigars were that, so, I mostly smoke when I'm deployed. And most Marines either chew tobacco, or if they also smoke, they smoke cigarettes. Nowadays you have guys that vape because, don't ask, don't tell got repealed. So, so
sounds like a Marine joke right there.
Yeah. Anyway, so they're sitting there, they're smoking their cigarette, and the problem was, we like, hey, let's go out and have a smoke. All right, cool. You bring a cigar out there, and like these guys, they smoke their cigarette, they talk for a couple minutes, and then they leave, and then I still got 3/4 of a fucking cigar. Right. And I'm like, all right, assholes, like, what the fuck? So I got those little mini kind of cigarillos. I got a pack of Cohibas one time when I was deployed, a couple packs of Cohibas, but they were really good. They were small, the size of a cigarette, and you could smoke those with the guys, right? Okay, cool. So now I can smoke my cigar or cigarillo, right? And I'm not standing there 30 minutes after everybody else leaves. But a pipe is actually kind of the perfect thing for that, because a pipe will smoke for exactly as long as you want to smoke a pipe for, because it's so much cheaper that, like, every time I ever smoked a pipe, like, yeah, sit there, like you said, you do your process, right? And you start smoking it. And then if like halfway through your smoke, somebody comes by and is like, hey man, like CO just called, like everybody in the ready room, 5 minutes, whatever, right? You never feel bad about just banging a pipe out, just knocking the cherry out, throwing it over the side of the ship and heading over, right?
Yeah. Well, and if you have the opportunity, just let it die out and just leave it in there.
And you can relight it. Yeah.
It's like a cigar. You try and relight it. It's gross. Relit cigars are just.
So you can relight a cigar in like within a sitting, right? So if you're smoking a cigar for like, if you're smoking, drinking, socializing for like a couple hours, if you smoke a cigar over a couple hours, you're going to have to relight it, first of all. But you can do that and it's okay. But if you like put one back in the humidor and like try and grab it, 3-4 hours from now, it's done.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is. It just, it stales out. You end up with those, the tars kind of solidify a little bit, and you just kind of like, it dries up. Yeah. It's like you're trying to smoke a wet log. And it's like, no thanks, I'll pass. This, it's like I'll leave a bowl sitting out here. Let it die out.
Salty's got a great.
Yep. There we go.
A harem of tobacco hotties. There we go.
Yeah. Right. Yep. Yeah. Unfortunately, my wife doesn't like the hobby, so she doesn't get into this. So that's fine.
My wife has smoked. She smoked a couple Cuban cigars before when she was. She did a trip and visited Havana, I think, when they kind of reopened and stuff like that. So, so she's done it before, but she's not into it. My mom smoked cigars when growing up as a kid. There's always like all the uncles and cousins, just all the men out there smoking cigars, and then my mom would be out there just smoking cigars with the boys.
Dude, there are a surprising number of old black and white videos out there where you have women smoking cigars or pipes. And so like you have this misnomer that kind of grew out of the 50s, 60s, and 70s of smoking, anything but cigarettes is not really a feminine thing. Bullshit.
Well, part of that, I wonder. Part of that is just a change in like smoking culture in the U.S. So something's interesting. I actually didn't really like. I mean, on one hand, you maybe kind of know it, but you don't consciously know it, right? So like, look at old movies, right? And like everyone is smoking, right? They're always smoking. Look at old, old pictures, like people are smoking constantly, right? Like, you think of, World War I, World War II, like, pack of cigarettes in the rations, right?
Yep.
And something that doesn't like track with America's perception of ourselves, because we're so anti-smoking nowadays, right? Like,
It's
if
ridiculous.
the US among, like, US, Europe, South America, the US is like the least smoking culture. Vaping is maybe, again, kind of changing that a little bit. I don't know, but we don't smoke very often.
Yeah.
But we used to be the most, right? We think of the French and Europeans as, smoking a lot of cigarettes. The US was way more smoking, way more men, way more women. It was almost equal between men and women in terms of smoking. Whereas now it's like mostly men and like not very common. So it's strange that, like, apparently between like the 1960s to 1980s, the US culture really just like overnight almost we stopped smoking. It's very strange.
Yeah. And it's unfortunate because there's actually like medicinal benefits to tobacco. I wouldn't say that with cigarettes.
I was gonna say,
Um,
Nerdporial's channel is about to be taken off the air here by the YouTube
right.
algorithms. There's gonna be a flag,
Yeah.
medical misinformation.
The FDA comes down like the hammer of God. But they actually the FDA actually did studies, and I'd have to look all this stuff back up again. But
Studies.
yeah, right. But it was back in the 60s or 70s or whatever. They had actually gone in and looked at this stuff and tried to evaluate the odds of, or the potential cancer increase odds or whatever, however whatever your denominator you use for that bullshit is. But cigarettes were obviously sky high, and but with pipes and cigars, it was your increase risk was like 0.0001%. But your lungs
You don't
actually
pull it into
have,
the lungs.
right, but
Yeah.
your body has actual nicotine receptors in there, so it's so what are they there for? The reason why you have men going to war and they get tobacco rations is to calm them down, to let them have a moment where they can settle their minds, settle everything through all the stress and everything, and be able to handle the next thing that comes at them. That's part of what tobacco rations were for. That's why George Washington wrote a letter to the Continental Congress asking for boots, uniforms, alcohol, ammunition, and tobacco. And if anything else, and if nothing, send tobacco.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
In the Civil War, there was there was actually a pretty prolific trade between the Union and Confederate lines, which is weird when you think about it. Like trench warfare, the earliest forms of trench warfare really started in the American Civil War, with the Eastern Campaign with Grant versus Lee, right? Not just with him. I mean, you saw it at Antietam and earlier in the conflict as well. But you really started seeing it, like Petersburg was incredible. Vicksburg with Grant out in the west as well. But to the point where the North sort of mockingly called Lee the Queen of Spades, because the spade used to dig in trenches, right? And Queen because it was derogatory. But even in that environment, they actually had a pretty healthy trade, and one of the things that was traded was tobacco. So the southern Confederate soldiers were issued rations of tobacco, and a lot of them would have their own tobacco. And the Union during the war really it was much more expensive, much more sought after. But what the Union had that the Confederates did not have was coffee. They were still getting it through the sort of sea trade, right? Whereas the South was blockaded, and so it didn't really have coffee. And that's why you get chicory in coffee in the South. They would mix coffee with the I think it's a bark of the tree, right? And that would be how you could strengthen really weak coffee and make it kind of taste like it was stronger coffee than it is. That's where that originated. And so the trade was often coffee for tobacco.
That's crazy. That is some cool history right there.
So
yeah. But yeah,
Trip. Now we just need to talk about the fall of the Roman Republic and the sort of Roman kind of imperial time, and then we can really be the
Yeah. Well, according to my high school Latin teacher,
salty is 100% right. Beech nut shells too was also.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, according to my Latin teacher in high school, the fall of the Roman Republic was a result of lead.
You know, I've heard that before.
Oh, really? That's the only time I've ever heard it.
I never heard it as a serious theory, right? But it was they lined the aqueducts with lead to keep the water from seeping out between the stones and stuff, right? Allegedly. But let's be honest here. There are still lead pipes in the United States and elsewhere in the world, and they actually are not particularly bad if you don't disturb the pipes, right? If you go in and you try and clean the pipes by scrubbing them out or using chemicals or whatever, that's when it's dangerous, right?
Flint, Michigan. Sorry. I mean Flint, Rome, or Flint, Italy, right? I mean,
so the idea that Roman lead aqueducts would give them all lead poisoning. I mean, I guess if they were out there messing with, I don't know, who knows?
Yeah, it's, I don't know. I looked at that and I'm kind of like,
where did this come from? How did we get to lead?
Oh, that was my Latin teacher in high school.
We were talking about what makes Drunkporial the way that he is, and
I don't know what that means. I've never heard about this, but I didn't study history in college, so it's all the history I know is from high school. So all I know about the fall of the Roman Empire is that it was barbarians that did it.
The damn Visigoths.
That's actually, I don't know that I didn't really study much beyond Caesar in high school.
I had a Western Civ class in high school, and then so I had my high school classes. So first one was like basic like world history was, I think, freshman year. Sophomore year was history of the Americas, which was actually a lot of like kind of what at the time would have been thought of as pre-Columbian and like Latin American and Caribbean history. So it was kind of like a lot of Southern American history, mainly because year 3 was, U.S. history, right? And then year 4 was Western Civ. Which is kind of a weird order maybe to do those in, I guess. But I
think every school does it differently. We did world studies, then U.S. history, and then third year we had to take a elective. I ended up taking AP U.S. history because European history wasn't available. So
yeah. See, for us, our history classes were...
no ancient aliens for me. I know Salty's got his Are you still doing the woo-woo streams? I haven't gotten a notification in a while. Maybe I need to check my notifications. He used to, and maybe still does, with, I think, Purple Valkyrie. They talk about some of the alien, paranormal, other stuff, and they've had some pretty good discussions. I remember some conversations about some UFO kind of things. When the balloons were first spotted, and then I think with like some of the congressional testimony and some other stuff, there's some interesting talks about those. I will say I am a UFO skeptic, because a lot of times when I see, especially like when it comes to, military footage and things like that, a lot of people will show, here's this like, FLIR imagery or something like that. And like, what is this? Right. And I'll give an example of a thing that I saw that it straight up looked like Cthulhu. Like it was like out in the middle of the sky, and it was spreading, and it looked like octopus tentacles, and it hung there for like 10 minutes, like slowly changing, spreading, clear blue sky. And it was just the FLIR image, right? And it changed, it went to color, and like, so it went to like TV, and then like UV, FLIR, like went through all the different modes. And I was watching this, right? And if you just looked at that video, like if I showed that to anybody here, all of you guys would be like, this looks like something from like Battle LA or Battleship or some alien movie, right? Like it looks like that, right?
And you stuck your head out of the helicopter and said, "Welcome to Earth."
But I know that it was like an aerostat balloon that got shot down. And for whatever reason, I still can't explain this, where like the smoke trails of the debris, like they just it was like a very like static air mass or whatever, right? It just lingered for a really long time. It made these really lingering smoke trails up at super high altitude. And it just looked crazy, right? Like it looked like the alien Reaper ship from Mass Effect was what it looked like on the FLIR, right? And just so most of the footage that I've seen of stuff, knowing what those actually look like when you see them with your eyes and see them on the different sensors, most of the time I can look at it and be like, that's a normal looking thing that the video was kind of pulled out of context or something, and I could be wrong on those things. Obviously, I'm just saying that my experience has led me to view it as a normal rather than paranormal explanation for what we're seeing.
So the cliff notes are that it's actually PIPS that's piloting those things, and so there's your explanation, folks. PIPS is the alien.
I've got a need for speed.
Right. Well, you got the mustache for it now, so there you go.
That's for you, Trip.
Oh man.
Wow. Never thought I'd hear aliens on my stream. Never hear this.
There you go. There you go.
This kind of type of talk.
Oh no, we've talked about Wheel of Prime.
Oh wow.
Oh man.
What a piece of shit.
I will say, so to Salty's point there, and Aldan's the Tic Tac Navy ship things, I've seen some things that like I look at it and there are ones that I can't explain by looking at. I'm just saying that I've seen enough things that did I not know what it was, I couldn't have been able to explain what I was looking at. And so just because I have seen enough times where something looks really unexplainable, if you look at, this video or this recording or this radar image or this whatever, but then because I was there, I know exactly what it was in reality, and putting those two things. So my bias is that I expect that somebody out there who probably just isn't active in online conspiracy, whatever things, is just sitting there minding his own business. He was like, oh, I was there. That was a friggin' weather balloon that we sent up and, did whatever. Right. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying that's where my bias is. And I'll admit that is my bias. So I very much could be wrong, but that's the way that I approach those things. So.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. I'm a non-believer on that stuff myself. I think it's more spiritual, demonic stuff.
Do you think we're alone in the universe, or do you think so?
I do.
By you, Pips.
So, Brian, what are you an alien believer? Sorry, you asked me. You asked me.
I am working on a video for 2001: A Space Odyssey, and I actually want to talk about this type of thing and try to discuss, whether going into space is a possibility or whether it's an impossibility. and whether we're alone or not, or if there's an alien, whether there's humanoid aliens or an alien intelligence out there that, we may never understand. I mean, a lot. I mean, space is big. You had the Drake equation, where you have scientists basically theorizing that there's a certain amount of planets like Earth that have life equivalent to our own. So I mean,
the Drake
I have no idea.
So because you brought it up, the Drake equation is a classic example that an algorithm will give you the answer that you put into the algorithm, right? Because the Drake equation is kind of an algorithm. It's a formula, but it's serving the purpose of kind of an algorithm in some ways.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, you're right.
And so the basic thing is that the assumption in the Drake equation is that life is not unique to Earth. And therefore the output of the Drake equation is that life is not unique to Earth. And so it's like, well, okay, yeah. I mean, if I assume the answer, then yes. If you assume life is unique to Earth, then one of the variables early in the Drake equation is 0, and then the Drake equation outputs 0, right? So if you make that value either 0 or non-zero, then the outcome is either 0 or non-zero. And so when you look at the Drake equation, you're like, this is a astronomer beaten off, is what this is. Like,
yeah, more or less. Yeah.
I mean, it's very impressive beating off. And Salty, I think, is saying skeptic is what I remain willing to be convinced by evidence. Some of the evidence that people would point to, I have not been able to sufficiently look at and corroborate and consider myself. So I still remain skeptical at this point, but I could see a world where I'm convinced. I'm not even 100% sure where I stand on the, like, are we alone or not? Honestly, it's maybe more of an interesting theological question than a scientific question.
Why do you say that?
So we have a religion channel in our Discord, as some of you may know, and there was a question that I kind of posed to somebody. I was like, hey, for somebody who doesn't believe in God, would definitive knowledge that we're alone in the universe, if it was possible to prove it to you, right? Like, it's not possible, right? The way proofs and knowledge work, right? It's not really possible. But if it were possible, hypothetically, to prove that there's no life other than on Earth, would that make you more inclined to believe in God as an atheist going into this situation, or less, right? And a lot of the people were like, nah, it wouldn't change my opinion, right? Which I think is kind of wild. I think that, like, if in the functionally infinite universe, if there is only life here, I mean, that signifies something, right? In my mind. But
and just like, compared to the solar system, we're tiny. As human, as creatures, we are tiny, and then our planet is tiny. Just in the context of the solar system.
Whoa.
And then you're going, and then you're going. Then we're going galactic.
It's a very nice Earth.
Then we're going.
Huge,
then we're getting
the best Earth.
Then we're going galactic. Then we're going galactic, and then
that's what they say.
Universal. Then universal. So
some people are saying it. Not everyone, but some people, they know. Other people, they're wrong. But it's the best Earth.
How do we get to that?
Sorry,
it's just. I caught what Pips was doing, and
I caught it too.
I was doing
a non-political stream.
You didn't in your disclaimer. You didn't have the views of the panel do not represent the views of the
Pips. Don't.
Which means the views of the Pips do.
The views of the Pips don't reflect the views of the Nerdporeal or the Continuum.
Yeah. So that means now you bought it. All of the things we've been talking about represent the views of the Nerdporeal Continuum. Which, hey, makes sense because a man of Manetheren, you're a part of the Nerdporeal Continuum, are you not?
I have been, yeah. I don't know that I am
Yeah,
currently.
you're once apart, always apart. It's probably there. I am a
Okay.
part
Pretty
of the
much, yeah.
corporeal continuum, right? And it's a continuum. It's in the name, which means
Oh,
the views
okay,
of the
yeah.
Pips do represent
Shut
the
up.
views of the corporeal continuum.
Did I ever tell you I
Ooh.
hate you, Pips? No, I'm kidding.
Ooh, the definitions
Uh,
coming to haunt.
Not often enough.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So anyway, all right. So there's the question for the audience, I guess. If any of you guys want to, I would think if you could know for certain that there's no other life, would that make you be more inclined to believe in a created universe, something like that? I don't know. I mean, for me, I already believe that, so it doesn't make me more inclined, but it doesn't make me less inclined for sure. The question I got asked, and Nathan, I'll ask you this:
Okay.
if you could, so if it were proven to you that we're not alone, right? Hey, the spaceship shows up, the door comes down,
and the Vulcans come out.
as in Rick and Morty, the door comes down at the appropriate speed, not too fast, not too slow, like a nice speed. The door comes down.
Yeah.
Rick and Morty. Why are you talking Rick and Morty and Maestrom? I hate that show.
That's why, right there. That's
Yeah,
why.
right.
Talk, you can talk anything. Talk Star Trek. There you go.
And the
Picard
aliens
3?
show up. Does that do anything? Would that
Not a bit.
not a bit?
Not a bit.
I
I do not mind knowing that I am probably 100% wrong on a great many things, because I serve a God who is perfect and has a whole lot more. It was the basis of all knowledge and wisdom and understanding and I'm just nothing in comparison. So I'm okay with being wrong. Doesn't bother me.
I don't think this is necessarily about being right or wrong. But I agree with you.
Well, but if I were to be corrected in terms of my staunch position that I don't believe there's a life elsewhere, if I'm wrong, okay, well, that's fine. It doesn't impact me, otherwise it.
So
Trip's point is,
question, Nathan. So believe in God.
I'm gonna get a refill while you're doing this. Sorry.
Right. Believe in God. So do you believe that if we encountered a planet or civilization, let's just say, well, let's say they're humanoid. Let's be nice and say they're humanoid. Would they fall? I mean, would they be also God's creatures, God's people?
They would fall under His creation. We wouldn't have any basis to understand whether or not that they were part of a redemptive plan. So it's.
I mean, maybe they didn't eat the fruit of the tree.
Well,
I mean,
potentially, I don't know, because that's not a question that would be answerable really outside of any type of communication. And so from the perspective that I have with it, it's.
Do you think there would be do you think there would be an equivalent Garden of Eden, tree of knowledge of good and evil, in another civilization, basically?
I thought that I recognized that bottle, and I was like, "You and I are doing a whiskey stream, are we not?"
Yeah. Now the current one that. Sorry, I'm changing the subject here, Brian.
Oh yeah, you're the host. I'm just the
Oh no, you're fine.
Never mind.
You're
I'm gonna go off screen.
So
come back on. This is brief sidetrack.
Yep. So this is a distillery that is probably about 10 minutes from my house, and is 100% developed and distilled and milled and everything in his place. And it's about the size of maybe 3 2-car garages. And it's some of the most amazing stuff I've had.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. Unfortunately, because it's again in Ohio, and they like to take 50% of everything from distilleries in Ohio. It doesn't get distributed very far. So,
Salty. That's good peer pressure.
it is. It is.
Well, I'm drinking some base Bardstown on a nice rocks glass here.
Not a bad one to have. That was actually the bottle that I have.
Yep.
So restate your what you were saying there, Brian.
Yeah, please. I missed some of it while I was getting a refill. So
I'm just saying. I was just asking, like you said, let's say, we encountered the Vulcans, or we encountered some alien race, and I mean, Nathan, you said that they probably, they're God's creatures, they're not necessarily under a redemptive plan. I'm curious if they'd also have to be, they had their own little, Garden of Eden, their own tree of knowledge, have their own little, tree of knowledge of good and evil or something. Maybe their own version of the fall. Maybe they don't do it. So I'm curious how, if there was a race, or there was people out there that didn't fall for that, didn't fall like humanity did. I'm curious. I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, I don't spend a lot of time on it, just from the position that I take initially of that it's, that I think that we're at outside of angels and demons, but that's not a universe kind of existence thing. That's more of a spiritual plane existence dimension.
So the Garden of Eden is more of a spiritual thing than
No, that was real, absolutely real, and it was in my opinion destroyed in the flood. But in terms of aliens, what people would say would be aliens today, I've used more of God parting the veil, allowing lights and stuff like that. They're actually the performance of angels and demons out there.
So I would say that I think that aliens and other life would be much more problematic to somebody who takes a very strong interpretation of Genesis. I think that if you take a more sort of figurative interpretation of Genesis, that Genesis is telling a spiritual truth that is not necessarily untrue in other ways, but the point is the spiritual truth, right? So, not to dive too deeply into it, there's within history of Christian and Jewish theology, there are lots of different opinions on how to interpret Genesis. But my point is that if you lean towards the figurative side, the existence of other aliens on other planets and whatever doesn't move the needle at all in terms of the idea of God, because cool, like hey, there's lots of things that I don't know about creation. The fact that I don't know this aspect of creation doesn't say anything about what I know over here, right? Then if you take a really literal interpretation, I think you run into the problem of like, well, did they have a Garden of Eden? Because I think the question is we aren't just fallen beings. We are fallen beings that inhabit a fallen universe, right? And so only fallen beings, I think, live in this universe with us. So
is the universe fallen? Is the universe fallen?
Yep.
100%.
The 10.
How do we know that? How do we know that?
The trajectory towards the heat death of the universe scientifically proves that the universe is fallen. It started from a higher energy, not energy state. It started from a higher degree of order and is tending towards disorder, which is a scientific definition of fallen.
So the entrance of sin into creation necessitates the fall of everything within creation. Even in heaven, Satan can walk in heaven right now, You can read about that in the opening chapters of Job, where he walks and talks with God. And so that's why in Second Peter he talks about melting all the elements, new heavens and new earth, with a fervent heat. So everything gets either recreated or destroyed and made wholly new, both heavens and earth. So all of creation is undone at that point, because it is corrupted, because of the sin of man. And it's
there was
funny.
an interesting. There's just because you said corrupted because of the sin of man being undone. This is more theological and unrelated to the alien conversation. So I'll say this, and then we can get back to maybe more interesting conversations to the wider audience here. But I heard.
Are you saying my questions are not interesting, Pips?
No, your question was less specifically theological and more about some other stuff, right? I want to return to your question. I'm doing a tangent, which was that when people talk about, why is there death, right? And the idea is because of corruption, right? So it was a mercy by God to allow us to die in this life, because it would be truly punishment, truly torment to be broken and exist forever, to have to live in your brokenness in perpetuity, rather than to die and be able to pass on to to shed the broken and mortal flesh, and be kind of, anyway. I don't know if that makes
where you going with this?
He's going to 1 Corinthians 15 is where he's going.
Anyway, all right.
Anyway, yeah.
back to ancient aliens. The pyramids were not. I don't think they were made by Joseph to store grain. Can we chat? Can we agree that Ben Carson doesn't know what the pyramids were made for? Sorry, Dr. Ben Carson. I don't want to be disrespectful.
Yeah, you got to be real nice about it, because he's just a real humble guy, and
Aldan, they were actually obviously made by Gould as landing pads for the gold motherships.
I mean, come on, everybody's seen Stargate. Come on.
Yeah, that was a
documentary. I have not seen Stargate.
That was a documentary. Really? Oh, classic Nerdporial channel.
You're gonna waste your time on 2001: A Space Odyssey, but you're not gonna watch Stargate?
I've never seen Stargate.
What? Okay.
What?
Okay. I'm sorry.
Is this the Nerdporial continuum?
Slam on the brakes.
Are we on the right channel here?
Slam on the brakes here. Yeah, John Soul is correct here. Slam on the brakes here. Have you not even seen the movie?
No, I haven't seen the movie.
Oh,
yeah,
what?
I've never watched the show, but the movie was good. The movie's real good.
I know. I just never got around to it. Yeah, I know. Everybody I know has seen it, except for me.
There's something fundamentally.
It's a good 2 hours.
Yes, salty. You are correct. An intervention. You know what? I'm going to authorize you. Finish Fires of Heaven. Right. Take a pause, and you need to do. Hey, Stargate, SG-1.
Yeah.
You can do Atlantis if you want to. It's fun. It's fun. It's okay.
I don't know. It's just I never caught it on TV. I never caught it on TV. I don't know. I mean, I'll get around to it eventually.
At the very least, watch Kurt Russell be a badass, and watch the movie, because it's a good 2 hours. Yeah, there you go. Grab Salty, put it on your Discord. Do a watch.
James
watch party.
Spader. James Spader. Come on, you didn't see James Spader in Stargate?
No, why would I?
Because it's good. It's
great.
Is it? I've heard mixed things about Stargate.
I'm gonna say I will agree that it's trash, but it's the fun kind of trash. It's campy. It's campy, bad, fun sci-fi. Like because they don't take themselves like they know they're trash. Like they like the times that they have.
You're not selling me, dude. You're not selling me.
He's talking about the TV show, not the movie.
Yes.
Well, I heard the TV show was better than the movie. I heard SG1 was great.
No, the
It's not?
TV show's not better than the movie.
Really?
No, okay, I'll take it back. I can't say that because I haven't watched the show.
I mean, the thing is, it's 10 seasons. I mean,
yeah, Aldan is correct. MacGyver running around in space, hilarious. It's a procedural show, you know, kind of monster of the week. They go through the gate, they do a mission, they come back, you know, they start getting into overarching, you know, arcs and the seasons develop and stuff like that. I mean, it's like 10 seasons of SG1 of like 22 episodes a season. And I have binged it, I think twice. The SG1, like I said, it's bad sci-fi, but it's bad sci-fi like the glory days.
Why do you say it's bad?
Channel.
Why do you say it's bad?
Like, oh, it did like
you watched it twice. You apparently like it, so why do you say
because
it's bad?
it's bad in the way that like B horror movies are bad, where they're actually good.
So okay, all right.
It's like Killer Clowns.
Yeah, like it's that's Creature from the Black Lagoon.
That's
like,
a great movie.
You know,
Killer Clowns is a great movie. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, I get it.
Yes.
So the acting is that bad in
the actors are phoning it in and are not trying, except for like one or two of them, which makes it more hilarious. It's super low budget. I think it's mostly made in Canada, so it's Canadian TV sci-fi. Like it is what it is, man. It's
Okay, that makes a lot of sense there.
It's dudes in like bad military uniforms and like bad military jargon and settings, like running around with P90s in space. Like it's just a good time. Like it's just a good time.
So
yes,
it's basically like North Americanized Doctor Who science fiction.
It's just I don't know. Like I think it is totally worth watching. It's not like the early seasons of The Expanse. It's not, like new sci-fi tries to be very like grounded and like gritty and darker and like is much more like a space drama. It's not that, right? And so from that perspective, looking back at it now, like it's shitty, campy TV sci-fi that used to be on at 3:00 on the Sci-Fi Channel. And it's just good shit. It's just good.
It's probably why I never had the Sci-Fi Channel. So
yeah, and the movie's straightforward. It's just a basic plot, but it's good.
So it's basically time travel and Egyptians were actually aliens or something.
It's not really time travel though.
John is saying, you got to watch the movies. You got to watch the movies.
There's only one movie, right?
There's more than one movie. Don't watch the other movie. The other movies are bad sci-fi. The other movies are bad sci-fi.
There's no other movies. There's just the Kurt Russell movie, and that's it.
No, there's the TV series movies.
Oh, good grief.
Which are really just like long episodes,
Oh, so it's like watching a Next Generation movie.
But they're TNG movies. That's exactly what they are.
Hey, I like the TNG movies.
Well, there you go.
It's better than Picard 3, I'll say that.
There you go. You like the TNG movies. Doubt. You got no taste. Why are we even talking to this guy? Whales in space.
That was Star Trek 4, actually, but yeah.
Is it better than Ice Pirates though?
I've never seen Ice Pirates.
No, I haven't seen Ice Pirates.
Oh man, you want to see some hilarious bad sci-fi movies that it may be prime toss. I mean, it's Salty can testify on this. Ice Pirates is stupidly fun with a pinch of regretting watching it kind of cheese.
All right. Salty, I bring Salty's comment up. I just want to say that he might either be underselling Stargate TV show or overselling Rabid Raccoons Fornicating. I haven't seen the either or, and so I can't say which one, but it's possible. I'm just saying it is possible that in that comparison, SG1, the TV show, could still be rather good and worth watching. And maybe we're all just really sleeping on Rabid Raccoons fornicating. Like maybe that's some real high tier entertainment that all of us are missing out on.
That's definitely not like nature noises you want to fall asleep to. Oh man.
There we go. We did say, we warned you guys, sexual content.
I think Stargate is next on my list for 90s 90s sci-fi.
Okay, what are you putting? What other things are on? What other 90s sci-fi are we even putting in the list here? Right?
I don't even remember. I mean, I've seen all the stars. I mean, well, there's no Doctor Who.
Yeah, because Doctor Who didn't come back.
No, I'm trying to think.
Like Doctor Who came back in like 2003, 2004.
Yeah, roughly. I think so.
Yeah. And then disappeared after like 2010.
Let's see. Shows. Oh, Farscape! I still have to see. I still have to see Farscape. I still have to see Earth Final Conflict.
So much better than Farscape. SG1 so much better than Farscape.
Yeah, and Pips, you hated Babylon 5, right? Or at least you hated the last season. You didn't even finish it, right?
I liked the first 4 seasons. Season 5.
Yeah, there you go. Firefly.
I saw Firefly.
Ooh, okay.
I actually own Firefly.
Gosh,
Firefly
okay. I just
and
Serenity. And Serenity. Serenity's excellent.
Serenity is so good. Serenity is great. I'm gonna
Earth Final Conflict.
Some people are gonna be mad about this. Firefly, the TV show, very overrated.
I liked it. I liked what I saw. It was a shame that they didn't continue it.
I agree with that.
Potential.
I agree with that. I like there's some strong performances. I like Nathan Fillion as an actor, even though he is the
episodes were fun to watch. Yeah,
the
episodes were fun to watch. I enjoyed watching them. Like,
yep,
there were bad guys, there were good guys. There was I mean, Serenity, I think, tried to cap it off the best they could, and yeah.
Well, they have the studio working against them. So I mean, I think that if there's a criticism to be leveled off at the show, it can be defended in that same vein because they were just they were told by the studio, well, you're going to start the season with episode 2.
I've seen what you're talking about, Salty. Buster Crabbe, not Buster Keaton.
Yeah. So I don't think I have seen Firefly in the scripted order, right? I think I've only seen it in the like network release episodic order.
Okay.
So maybe it's worth a rewatch. Maybe I need to watch it in the right order.
Yep. I think you're missing 2 episodes then, because they didn't air the last 2. I think.
I mean, I think if you watch it online or whatever, I think you end up getting all of them. I just don't think that they were in the right order, because I remember thinking that it was disjointed, right?
Yep.
So
guess what I came across just now in my notebook. Remember our Die Hard stream?
I mean, I probably drank enough that I shouldn't remember it, but
it was the one with you, me, and Trip.
Trip was there, and she had some terrible ideas about the movie Die Hard. But I mean, she does have 2 X chromosomes, so it's not her fault, guys.
The comment.
She's doing the best she can. She's doing the best she can.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, here come the all caps folks from Trip.
Yeah. Anyway. I got some wheels. I got some Eye of the World notes too right here. Wow.
Die Hard. Yep, that was a great stream. That Salty.
Man. Oh, that's good.
Salty.
Why are you showing this? Why are you showing this, Nathan?
Hey, we put the warning up, and we're 2 hours in. You're not getting taken down. Even the YouTube Jannies aren't still watching.
Yeah, there you go. There's a recommendation for 90s sci-fi there for you.
Oh, you know what?
Sliders. Yeah.
Trip. I just recently, because I saw the new. I saw an advertisement for the new show, which I think has been canceled by now. But I saw it on some streaming service or something like that, and I was like, man, I should go back and watch the original Sliders because that was a great show. Yeah.
X-Files is another one I have to watch.
Oh, I never got
X-Files
into
is
that.
X-Files is another one of those shows where I'm like, was it enjoyable? Yes, but I like the level of hype is not one that I ever felt. Like I started like an X-Files binge because I saw it when it was on TV, right? But I never like watched every single episode. And I started a binge at one point, and I think I made it into like season 2, and then I got distracted and did other things. Like it didn't hold my attention even to finish it, you know?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I would catch an episode here and there.
Yeah.
But I would never. It wasn't ever one of those things where it was on my must-see TV type of thing. It's like I was always intrigued to watch it, but I never got around to it.
Well, you were probably married already when the show was on, so you weren't titillated by the sexual tension between.
I didn't get married till 2004, so we're actually we're doing our 20th year.
Jeez, Pips.
Anniversary this year.
It is distressing to think that 2004 was 20 years ago.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No.
I'm upset by what you just said.
I was already in college then.
Yeah, I mean, I graduated high school in 1997, so I sit there and see some of these people, that are famous now, and see that they were born in 97. I'm like, the fuck am I doing? Watching this crap.
Salty is describing what I've kind of felt about X-Files, where like I remember it being the like must-see episode of the week. Like I remember that I was a little too young, and like I wasn't like watching much TV. I grew up like we didn't have cable at the house, right? I lived out in the boonies.
It was Fox, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they pimped the shit out of that show. I do remember that.
But like, yeah, it was a huge deal when it was on, right?
Yes, it was.
But I just didn't have TV, and I was doing sports and other shit and whatever, right? But I caught some of the episodes, and like it was okay, whatever. I don't know. The hype level is all the way up here for it, and for me, it was like, it was okay.
I think 2003, 2004 was when it ended. Actually, when the X-Files ended, I remember. Yeah, they were 9 seasons, and the last 2 seasons, David Duchovny left. I don't remember why he left, but they replaced him with Robert Patrick. So, and then I think he came back for the finale. Yeah, he came back for the finale. I think that was it. And then I remember seeing the X-Files movie when I was in like 6th or 7th grade in the late 90s. So. Yeah, that was actually a good movie. Actually, I remember seeing that in the theaters.
I remember enjoying it. It was, again, I watched that because it was kind of an encapsulated thing of the show.
Yeah,
that's the nice thing like about the movie Serenity. It's like you don't need to watch Firefly. It helps in some ways, but at the same time, it's nice own encapsulated story and rocks the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard the second one was pretty shit. So yeah. What's up, Admiral?
Yeah, Admiral Teague disagrees.
I'm trying to think. What else was there? So
I'm trying to remember. Well, you did have the prequels that aren't part of the Star Wars universe.
Oh, you mean the six Star Wars films, Nathan? The 6 Star Wars films
you're talking about.
6.
Okay.
6.
I'm gonna hurt myself here. None of those came out before 2000, right? Those came out after 2000.
What the prequels?
Pre-
Phantom Menace came out in
prequels.
'99.
Those came out in the 90s.
Yeah, Phantom
Yeah.
Menace came out. I remember I was 14. I remember I was right before.
That was 99.
I was on my 8th grade trip. I was on my 8th grade trip in Springfield, Illinois, and that's where I saw
Phantom Menace.
the Phantom Menace.
Menace might be the thing that caused the Y2K hysteria. People saw Phantom Menace and determined the apocalypse might be upon us.
Probably. Yeah, because that was 99. The worst one, the second movie, was in 02. And then Revenge of the Sith was 05 because George Lucas was real big on a 3-year separation between movies. And then Peter Jackson said, "Here, hold my beer. Here's all 3 movies in 3 consecutive years. Go fuck yourself, George."
All right, you guys want to know? You guys want to know a sci-fi show from the 90s? I mean, it's a cartoon, but this one did not stand up to the test of time at all. I rewatched this show in like 2010-ish, right? And like did not stand up. But here you go. Here, I'm gonna share. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, yeah, got that, got it. Bam.
Zoids.
Any of you guys ever watched this?
Is that?
If you
No.
ever watched this show?
No.
This was like super discount Gundam. I remember
This looks more
It's like
Transformers
Voltron
than
on a
Gun-
value.
Yeah, this looks more like Voltron or Transformers than Gundam.
I remember like as a little like, as a young Pips, just loving the shit out of this show. Like, you know, get home from school and like, oh man, like, you know, Zoids, you know. And this show was so bad, you guys. So bad. Like hard to describe how bad.
It sounds
in the
like
chat, if any of you guys know Zoids.
That looks like the cartoon that was basically based off of a toy. And let's
most
build a story
cartoons
around
were
it.
based off of toys.
Or they're
Almost certainly.
Sounds like to me, it sounds like the Super Mario Super Show and the Legend of Zelda show for me growing up. Like I try to watch those now. They're not good. They're not good. I mean, I always have a love for them for how I used to feel when I used to watch them when I was a kid. But yeah, I mean, realistically, no.
I just want to say, does that mean that Alvan and Trip, does that mean that you guys know what Zoids is? you need to explain, like, yes, I watched the entire series run of Zoids. It was shit. I want both of you to come into the chat and say that right now.
I think they're basing this off of what you showed them, and that's it.
Well, it's probably because in Australia they're just getting Zoids now.
Yeah,
it had to get to the bottom. It had to get to the bottom of the earth. Yeah. The
ship had to sail around the Cape, and
yeah, that's true. Because you can't go through the Red Sea right now, so it had to go all the way around.
Oh man!
I swear we talked about Zoids on a previous stream.
Probably. I'm still upset about how terrible that show is. Like I remembered like good happy memories about Zoids. Imagine if you like watched like the He-Man cartoons, you know, and then turned out like to realize that they were like so much worse than they actually even are.
So you know what this means, Pips. This means that all the kids that you hung out with when you were young, that means they're all getting together now, and they're like, "Hey, do you guys remember that one kid that used to hang out with us occasionally? That like that one show? What was that called? Zoids? You remember that guy? Whatever happened to that loser?"
I feel like when I was that age watching shows like that, like you didn't talk about that stuff with people, you know. Maybe it was like this, you know. maybe it was just the school that I went to or whatever, and like I did
No,
sports and stuff like that.
sounds about right.
And like you didn't talk about TV shows and pop culture and stuff like that
No.
at those ages when I was a kid growing up. Like you talked about sports and you talked about I don't know, other shit.
Yeah, it was not
did.
cool to talk about nerd stuff. So I used to, but the thing is, it never stopped me. It never stopped me. Everybody knew I liked Star Trek.
We did. We would go out, like when I was growing up. There was probably third or fourth grade. There was this one cartoon called Cops or something like that, and the friends that I was running around with, we all loved the show, and so we'd actually fold up pieces of paper during class and write our badges out, like draw them up, and then run around the playground with these badges, flashing them all over the place, and getting other kids, arresting them, sticking them in the jungle gym, and the teachers getting pissed off at us because we were forcing kids into the jungle gym.
Right, you shoved them into the.
Oh, absolutely, we did. Absolutely.
Hey, get over it, kid.
Like fold up paper to make little Chinese stars and throw them. I mean,
oh my gosh,
all sorts of shit.
Okay, here's if we're gonna do other bad anime from the end of the 90s into here. This one, I think this one is going to be more confrontational. This is going to be more contentious. I think there's going to be at least one person in the chat who is like, that was not a bad anime show. That's what I think is going to happen here.
Let me get a read here.
Old Tub.
Oh,
Big O? I actually own Big O.
See?
It's not a bad show.
See,
I'll show it right. I got it right here.
That's awesome. The Big O, huh? Big O, really?
The Big O.
The Big O.
Salty saying what new devil is it? Okay, we've gone real obscure if Salty is like, I don't know what this is.
Big O's basically Batman the animated series, but the character has a giant robot instead of a batsuit. It's a weird one. It's not. It's a very weird one. Instead of Gotham City, you got Paradigm City, and you got it was originally one season, but then they ended on a cliffhanger, and they're like, Cartoon Network's like, we like this show. Hey, Japan, make another one. So yeah, and they made a second season, and the second season was even more nonsensical than the first. I mean, this was the first nonsensical, very obscure anime that I've ever seen. So which actually got me into anime in the first place. My buddy showed me this one day, and I was like, I like this.
I'm glad that you brought up the Batman thing, because I was going to be like, it's been a long time, right, since I watched it. But what I was going to say, for those of you who don't know what the Big O is, imagine Bruce Wayne, but Gotham is a dome, like a dome city, and there are other dome cities. And instead of a bat suit, he's got a giant like Gundam mecha suit, and like that's the Big O.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thing is, the nobody knows
very
what
noir. It's weird.
It's extremely noir, and there's the Paradigm City. Like the thing is, the city is like everybody like they're trying to find out like their history, their memories. Like the memories have been lost. That's one of the weird things about this show. So I mean, it's a fun show. It's a fun show. It got a nice little rogues gallery, and I still have not opened this up. So you see the plastic. I've had this for like a few years now. So
all right, and
the opening ripped off the Queen song "Flash." So that's why if I open this and I don't hear the song, there's a reason for that.
So here's a little hot take. Anime is a cartoon.
Trip over there trying to big time the rest of us.
I agree with her. That said, I enjoy some anime and I enjoy American cartoons. I will say I've been enjoying more anime these days than cartoons these days, but They're all still animated.
I'm taking you saw this on Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Explains it.
Yep.
Explains it. So is anime different than cartoons, Brian?
Well, I mean, well, how do you define cartoons?
All right, I'm gonna need to get a refill if we're gonna be here for the next 40 minutes. So start your answer. I'm gonna
Right. So animated, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's obviously, I guess anime would be a division of a cartoon, a subset of a cartoon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I do recognize there is a very different style of storytelling with it. That can't be argued.
Mm-hmm.
There's if you try and argue that point, you're functionally retarded and need to leave. But I would still qualify it under a cartoon umbrella.
We don't pull punches here on the Nerdporeal Lifeforms channel. The whiskey streams. We don't pull punches. We just tell people where they can F and off, and just send them right there. We just, where pull up the straight to jail meme.
Yeah,
just straight to jail.
So my 12-year-old and I will have this argument occasionally. It's most of the time it's me just baiting her into the argument because it gets a rise out of her that she can't defend. She just can't work her way around it because she's
just young and the synapses and the emotions get all tangled.
She's 12 and I
just
take advantage of this.
Yeah,
it's just kind of fun every now and again to sit there and do this to your children and be like, and then they sit there and they get really viscerally pissed off at you, and then you look at them and be like, I'm messing with you. Chill out. Take the stick out of your ass and let's go have a Sunday.
You know what? This is why I wanted to do a stream with you, as a new father, because I like what you're doing here. I like what you're doing here. So my dad told me a long time ago that he's like, look, the secret to parenting, right, is understanding and accepting at the beginning. Every parent does serious and irreparable psychological damage to their children. So you might as well just enjoy it.
Right. Well, and on a serious side of that, it's about you also guiding them through that so that they can understand that they can actually build themselves up and get over it. Right.
That's the more constructive fatherly advice. But he told me that, right? And I forget where I got this idea from. I think it was a comedian. I don't remember who it was, but was talking about like goals as a parent are like to lie to your children in creative ways that they like won't know for years, right? And the example that he gave was like, I'm in it for like the long game, right? Like I want my kid to like be 25 and to say in public in front of other people that like, yeah, but like, those high up clouds are made of cotton candy. Like everyone knows that. And then just like have them all look at them and be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And that to be the glass shattering moment where they realize that 20 years ago I lied to them and they never questioned it. And I'm kind of inspired by that, to be honest. That like I need to find out what the like the fringe piece of information that I can construct.
Brian just took a hard drag on that.
He did.
Yeah, I have to listen to this.
It's probably what as a result of what Salty was asking there. That's what I figured. Because that's I don't know if that qualifies as cartoons. I just think that qualifies as gross. I had a roommate in college that liked that stuff.
I think I'm the most qualified member of the panel to answer that question.
I don't know that I want to know the answer to this.
I was making a joke about
the stash. So I have a story. I do have a story about this. So my roommate in
Oh, I have a
college,
story
my
about it too. So
freshman
after
year.
you.
So my roommate in college, my freshman year, my exposure to anime was I would watch Voltron occasionally when I was like in the 5th, 6th grade, and beyond that, there wasn't much exposure to it. And then he comes in with this big box of tapes and says, "Oh, this is my anime collection." I'm like, "Oh, okay, what's anime? Cartoons?" And he's like, "No, they're not cartoons. They're not cartoons. They're and so what's the first thing that he pops in is Akira, and Pip,
that's a good movie.
So but you and I, Brian, have had this discussion before. That's not a starter anime movie. And because it
Probably
is
not.
I mean, for my first anime movie, that was it. There was that, followed by Ghost in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell was pretty good. Akira was straight fucked up shit. And I was like, what are you doing to me, dude? I just met you. And then I'm like, okay, well, so is there anything else good in this box of goodies? Right. And like, what else is in this? What else is in this box? Anything good? He's like, oh, it's just a whole bunch of various other stuff. You can check it out whenever you want. So one day I just popped one in.
Oh boy. Keep going.
And I'm like, oh, what? It was. I'm sitting there thinking, what am I watching here? Wow, there weren't words to it, and I was just kind of like, okay, eject. I wasn't even being kind. I didn't rewind. I just put it right back in the box. And just,
you wanted him. You wanted him to know at what point you stopped watching. Yes.
Yeah, right. Which was about a minute and a half into it, because it's just kind of like, okay, that's crazy shit. And it's like there's no story involved in it. It's just an alien with dicks for hands. And sexual violence occurring, as the statement at the beginning of the stream here said. And I'm like,
well, we did give a disclaimer, so
right. And so I was just, that was my introduction to Japanese animation, was Akira, Ghost in the Shell, and tentacle porn. So prawn.
So my story was going to be that so my first deployment, we had a guy who good buddy of mine. He's an airline pilot now. So if you guys want to know who's piloting the bus that you are riding, and he had a hard drive with like just a massive amount of like movies, TV shows, all that kind of stuff, right? And other people would be like, hey, like I heard you had a hard drive with with a bunch of movies and stuff. Can I borrow your hard drive and get the movies? Like I want to watch them on my computer or whatever, right? Because you're spending 7 months gone with variable sort of expectation of internet access. So hard drives would like float around. People would pass them around. You'd download a bunch of movies. You'd watch them. Whatever, right? But he also had a folder on this hard drive that was called his name. We'll say his name was John. It's not, but we'll say John. So we'll say the folder was called John's Artistic Values. and in John's Artistic Values was like truly disturbing and like very frequently weird animated prawns.
Yep.
And his rule for if you wanted to borrow his hard drive to download a movie was that he would let you down, like he would bring the hard drive over and he would let you download the movie, but he would also download to you an item from John's Artistic Values.
Oh no.
And and the contract was that you had to watch both.
Why?
Oh man.
Why?
Oh my
Can't
goodness.
explain. Can't answer that. Can't answer that.
Because that's his
but
artistic value.
There were some, yeah, it was a performance art piece. And there were some truly sensitive, kind-hearted snowflake individuals. I know, Marines, you might not expect to find them there, but there were a few of them that were, I think, scarred for life by the artistic values of frequently weird anime tentacle porn.
It's unreal. It's like watching Berserk. I think it was called the Golden Arc or something like that.
The Golden Age arc, yeah.
Yeah. So like I watched that and it was good. It was dark. It was edgy. I was really enjoying it. And then it got to the end.
Yeah.
And it took me right back to my freshman year of college.
And the you're talking about the eclipse and all that, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how the original anime ends. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Is this?
I was just, and I watched that. That was probably
it's a great
year or two
great
ago.
show, man. It's a great show, but
really
you look at the manga. The manga is extremely gratuitous. So I mean, if it's not your thing, it's not your thing. Oh shit. Excuse me when I laugh.
Oh man,
it's good. It's good. And for those of you asking, I never partook of John's artistic values.
Like, I don't need to sit there and participate in that.
Well, yeah, no, I brought my own hard drive of movies.
Yeah. Right. Oh no, that's even worse.
I was never willing. It's like, oh man, like I wanted to watch this movie and I didn't have it, and he did. The price was too high.
The folder of PIPS artistic values involved horses.
Oh my god, yeah. Freddie got fingered. That's exactly what he had on his hard drive.
Oh my goodness.
Nerdporial, yeah. I would invite you to remember that you are talking about a married man and a father. No, just how dare you, sir? How dare you?
And your son's probably watching right now. He's like, "What the hell is this?"
He is awake. He just woke up, but he is. Yeah, I don't think he's watching. I don't think so.
No, I'm talking years from now. I'm talking about, I'm like, yeah, like this shit's gonna be watched.
Yes, the Nerdporial is continuum.
Yes.
I don't think he'll probably ever see the old White Cloak channel.
You tell me he's not going to be able to sit through a 6-hour stream of the rewatch.
We cut them down to 1 hour or 2 hour streams.
Okay.
Yeah, we cut them down. We cut the season down into roughly like 64 hours, but
I think your son's gonna watch my channel. He's gonna watch the streams that you're on because I'm sure he's gonna be curious.
You think so?
Yep, he's gonna be curious. He's gonna be curious what his dad was like when he was born. I'm curious. I can't really. Unless there's some VHS stuff, but there's nothing from when I was born. As an adult right now, I'm really curious what my parents were like.
I have to say that I'll say this now. It's gonna be dark for a second here, so I apologize to the rest of you guys. Hey, Pips Jr., son, if you're watching this, that means that I'm no longer with you.
Damn.
That's the only reason that you would ever have to come watch this.
Right.
Wow.
And
am I that bad, Pips? Am I that bad?
And I just want you to know that what you should take away from this. is that your dad had a zest for life and a good taste in alcohol and some questionable but ultimately good associations with the Nerdporeal continuum. I mean, he's like mostly good. Like, don't judge him based on this content. Drunkporeal, don't judge Nerdporeal based on Drunkporeal. Okay, watch a few more of his other videos so you'll understand a little bit better.
Nerdporeal is real. Drunkporeal is a myth. It's always been a myth. It always will be a myth. So I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. There you go.
Yeah. But hey, come back to this video in another, however many years when you're of legal age and drink and, cheers. There you go. Cheers. And you can, have a drink with your old man. Yeah, there you go. Cheers.
Oh, I'm done.
You're pretty cool as a baby. That's about what I can say.
That's pretty. That's
so far.
That was a nice. That was a nice speech. That was a nice little speech. Wow.
Yeah, I almost teared up.
He only had to go 2 hours and 50 minutes into.
Right.
He probably totally disagrees with you, Nathan, on cartoons and anime, because I'm sure 20 years from now, 30 years from now, anime is going to be like everywhere. Like, I mean, it's already everywhere. But
15 years from now, he's going to go back and watch Zoids based on this stream and be like, he was right. It's shit.
I mean, kids now. I mean, I showed
not my dad.
I showed Prophet's kids. I showed them the live action Super Mario movie from the 90s.
Oh,
and
man.
all of them were like, what the fuck are you what the fuck are you showing us? I'm like, this was my childhood. Like, your childhood sucks. I'm like, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. Well, but see, and you didn't even have to go back that far. You just had to watch season 2 and look at the Sean Chan, and they looked exactly like the Koopa Troopas from that movie.
That is true. Yeah.
By the way, everybody, watch Nathan's short of Rand shooting fireballs at the Sean at High Lord Turok. It is funny and sad at the same time.
Yeah, actually, that's actually the last thing I put out on my channel.
Yeah, and it was brilliant. I laughed. I laughed so hard when I heard the Super Mario sound effects.
Yeah,
but that pissed me off. That show pissed me off. That final episode pissed me off. I'm like, how can you not show the Great Hunt's ending? How can you not show the Great Hunt's ending?
I mean, okay.
Like, how? I mean, like that.
Since we're returning to your channel's roots as a Wheel of Time channel. Now we're going to talk about this here for a second.
What?
How
Did
can
you say something?
How can you not show the Great Hunt's ending? I don't know. How could you not show the Great Hunt's beginning, middle?
I mean, they showed. They did
Eye of the World.
They did a terrible job showing, like, them the chase for the hunt for the horn. But
was there a horn? Was there a hunt for a
horn?
It
was a painted gold. What was it? Was it like a water pitcher or something?
It
clearly wasn't a horn. That was not a horn.
And
it was a Tide bottle that was spray painted gold.
That's exactly what it is. Because
there's argument to be had that it might be CG'd in.
You're kidding.
No.
There are some views.
For two reasons. I mean, not to say that it never in any shot isn't CG. That's possible, right? When she like takes it and it disappears or whatever, I don't know. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
But the prop person is on record talking about how like lovingly and carefully they made that prop.
Oh, sorry.
Which is an astounding way to tell the world that you should never be hired for another job. Like, it's a weird thing to come like publicly and just be like, I'm terrible at my job. Like, that's a weird thing to do. But like, hey, right. I admired the honesty and authenticity, to be completely honest. It was a refreshing change for like modern Hollywood. So from that perspective, like kind of, tip of the hat to that person. Weird though, very weird.
He was just probably announcing that he was having a career change. You know, like
Yeah, I'm now
going into
pursuing
banking.
basket weaving.
Right. Well, so like you're talking about the final episode. So Steve and I, we've been doing these fight scene autopsies. I'm trying to remember which episode we're. I think we're getting to episode 6.
Which
tomorrow, on Wednesday.
Which I want to say I haven't been watching because I know that we're gonna do the rewatch eventually when I am not don't have a fresh
Are
baby
you really?
and stuff. We are gonna do a season 2 rewatch, and so I don't want to watch your guys' autopsies because I know that they're good. I will watch them eventually because I know that they're gold from other people who've talked about them, and I don't want to have it color the rewatch when we do it. But everybody else should go watch the autopsy videos.
Yeah, so but I think we've got still episode 6, which is only 2 minutes of action in it, sort of. Episode 7 doesn't have any. And then episode 8 has 14 minutes. It's going to take multiple streams of that. Episode 8 literally doubles the time of action of the entire season. So the entire season only has 5.3% of its runtime,
which is weird.
For high
which is
fantasy.
Weird because I don't remember any action in episode 8.
And when I say that this is how long my video captures were, and I'm being generous in a lot of portions of this, but it's pretty bad.
I remember a full-grown man being savaged and pinned to the ground by a rather small dog. I remember someone stabbing people with a 6-inch lightsaber on a stick. I remember some weird smoke movement things that looked like that Greek sort of whatever movie. I think we talked about that. I forget the name of it.
Troy?
No, not Troy. The one about the gods and the titans and stuff.
Immortals.
Immortals, thank you.
Yeah.
The Immortals fight scenes, where they're kind of weird phase teleport and leave a little trail of them moving around. And then I remember Perrin murdering a person in cold blood.
Yes. Yeah. There's so much in that where it pushing an arrow with fletching through a wound. I mean, the stupidity of this show holds absolute no bounds. I mean, if you watch Matt in that charge, and he starts swinging that stick around with the blade on it, and you watch him, he's actually hitting people with the butt end of that stick and not with the blade. It's like, what are you doing?
Which makes sense when you have a prop department that crudely pasted a rubber knife onto the end of a stick, and you don't want it to fall off, so you can't.
But you could CG it back on, just like they did for the one scene with the heron on the hilt for Rand.
That is true.
Then the heron's gone.
I love the fact that I can't even call them fans. I don't know, show apologists, whatever the hell these people are.
Dark fans.
I love the fact that they are willing to accept that kind of utter bullshit.
Right.
In what world is that acceptable?
Yeah. Hey, Pips, why don't you let people enjoy what they like? Come on.
I don't think he's preventing them from enjoying what they like. It's just kind of questioning.
But that's the typical response.
Yeah,
it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
He's saying, hey, you don't yuck on my yum, and no, your yum is bad, and you should feel bad, and you are bad. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
And And what we're seeing here, folks, is an exercise in discernment by Pips on who he's going to hang out with. It's not going to be those types of people, and there's nothing
not
wrong
those
with
people. Yeah, they're bad people.
that.
Wow.
They're going to go to hell.
Wow.
I mean, hey,
Remember,
like,
the opinions of the Pips don't necessarily reflect the opinions of the Nerporial Continuum.
except as we already discussed, they do. In fact, they 100% do. The Pips is part and parcel to the Nerdporial Continuum. So therefore, it does in fact.
So when the continuum has a contradiction existing between members of the continuum, does that mean the continuum folds within itself and implodes?
Never.
There's a fact. Well, you have the two parts of the continuum, and then they kind of do this, and then and then that.
And then that is the most scientific shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. That's. I mean, I could explain it further, but our audience wouldn't get it. They're, only some of them are parts of the Nerdporial Continuum. For those who aren't parts of the Nerdporial Continuum, it wouldn't make any sense. Yeah. And if they are part, they understand fully. So it's a waste of everyone's time.
Yeah, there you go. Some strong positions there. Yeah, Salty, we did, or at least I did see that they've been lying on those shill sites, and who was it? Fellowship of the Fans. They got all butthurt that they were being lied to.
Wait, what were they getting? Is there some dirty dish? What do we got here? What do we got here?
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
Yeah, the Rings of Power. They came out and said, "Oh, we've been feeding lies to some of the fan sites, I believe." And correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, because I didn't read up totally on it.
Were the lies that season 2 was going to be good? Was that the lie?
No, let me look.
Yeah, look it up
here.
This specifically impacted.
That was the lie. That actually was the lie. But was that the only lie?
Well, but it's specific. One of the things that specifically it irked the wonderful non-shill site Fellowship of the Fans. I'm lying there, of course, and they got all butthurt about it and said that they are no longer supporting the show.
so this is the statement from Fellowship of Fans. So Fellowship of Fans has been aware of a long-term plan carried out over roughly the last 6 months by the production team members of the Rings of Power to release and spread false rumors pertaining to season 2. Due to this revelation, Fellowship of Fans will be halting any releases of future reveals and scoops for the time being in order to undertake a full investigation to reevaluate and analyze our previous scoops and reveals for season 2 to see if we have misreported anything or released purposeful misinformation and get to the bottom of all this. From what we understand, the attempt was to catch out people who were leaking in the crew and to make sure in future that outlets would be leaking out wrong information. We will get back to you guys in a few weeks' time to update you if we have any updates from our investigation, which will include a list of the headlines, big scoops, and reveals from us and other outlets that we can confirm is true and not misinformation.
Can you read the first sentence of that?
Wait, what's up?
Read the first sentence of that again.
Fellowship of the Fans has been made aware of a long-term plan carried out over roughly the last six months by the production and team members of the Rings of Power to release and spread false rumors pertaining to season 2.
When were they made aware?
Last 6 months.
They didn't say, but it's
roughly.
Yeah. That is basically them saying, well, we're going to cover our own asses here. They knew. How could you not know after season 1?
The funny thing that I want to say here is, isn't Fellowship of the Fans like straight up just bought and paid for actual legit shills for Amazon? So why even feed them bad information? Why not just ask them, hey, who's leaking to you?
Right. Well, add to that, it's like, why are you such conscientious objectors now? You know, and are you
Because
only going to
season
be
1 was
limiting
so
it to
bad.
6? You're only going to limit this to 6 months when you had people that jettisoned your website like it was the plague because of the bullshit you were throwing out there, and none of you clued into it, saying, hey, maybe, just maybe, they're not being typically honest when they're telling us that Galadriel wasn't this bitchy boss hoe that was trying to lead all the elves to victory against Sauron the whole time. I mean, really? Come on, people. Fuck them. So that's my opinion. That's what's going on with that.
So apparently, So season 2, looking forward to it. Any theories? Any theories on what's going to happen?
I have a theory that you lied there when you said you're looking forward to it.
Oh, well, why would you assume that? I'm a good person.
That's my
stop messing with stop making me stop messing with my enjoyment, Nathan.
That's
Seriously.
My theory.
Yeah. What hypothesis?
Why can't you let people enjoy things? Why can't it's because of this that people can't have nice
friends
things.
Don't let friends pull that bullshit.
That's right. Oh,
you don't like Rings of Power.
oh, all right. I don't like Rings of Power.
Yeah,
no one should. It's bad.
There you go. You gotta highlight Nas's comment. That was a pretty good roast, intentional or otherwise, from Nas.
Andrew Schultz. Oh,
which I only actually know about because somebody else made that comment, I think, previously, and I had to look that up.
I guess. Yeah, I guess.
Hey, did one of you mods not approve my comment in the chat? This comment has failed to post to the Nerdporeal Lifeform. Goodness. I use one bad word, and Nathan over there, he friggin' censors me.
Well,
I mean, you are a toxic horse, so I have to take precautions. You're a mod. You can just undo it. You're a mod, dude.
I think I'm logged in on a different account.
No, I don't think you are. No, you're.
No, I mean, in StreamYard, I'm logged in. I'm multicasting. I'm running bots. I'm running bots to improve engagement on the Nerdporeal Lifeforms channel. I'm really scamming the system here.
I thought I was drunk.
Well, Pips he's gone to that Bardstown bottle 3 times now.
and Salty, that's interesting because I do actually have a couple used cars.
Okay. You want one, guys, Salty?
Real talk. I'm probably gonna sell at least one of them. The wife already wants a minivan, and I'm like, okay, you can trade your car in for a minivan. She's like, well, your car can't fit the car seat, and I'm like, exactly.
Yeah, I can say I actually drove. I can say I actually rode with Pips. I rode it with.
Hey, Fenor's in the chat.
Yeah, we were just talking about rings. We're talking about Fellowship of the Fans. Your bros, Fëanor, your bros.
That's true. He's actually. I've heard actually he's editor in chief of Fellowship of the Fans. He's actually the number one head honcho over there. He's responsible actually for all of their content, endorses all of their content, and actually is personally. Personally the editor in chief and key writer.
He is.
I heard he's Eskimo bros with them through Morford Clark.
You know what? It's funny you say that. I wasn't going to bring that up because unsubstantiated rumor, but this is now a second corroborating source, and so now we can do the mainstream media favorite that a man of Manetheren is reporting that. So I'm not actually saying, I'm not saying that he is Eskimo Bros through Morphic Clark. I would never say such a thing, but I can say that somebody else said that. So
Pips, you're choosing violence right here, man. You're choosing violence.
Hey, it was in the disclaimer. We talked about violence in the stream disclaimer. So hey, Hi King Feanor, Alpha Chad of Middle Earth, feel free, your comment. I mean, offer a comment about how was it? Was it good, or was she kind of a stale fish? I mean, how was the
whoa.
Because obviously you have to phrase the question where either answer is confirmation, right? That's the other media trick. So we're pulling out all the stops here.
Whew, boy.
Hey, if you're here in hour 3 of a CHILLPOREAL stream, I mean, this is what you're staying for, right?
Of a CHILLPOREAL stream that is a whiskey CHILLPOREAL, right?
Yeah, this is a special. This is a special event. This is a special event. I mean, heck, I'm not even the host of this. You're Nathan's the host of this.
I know you are paying for what you get. That's.
Oh man. No, Trip, no.
Hell no. Oh my
no.
goodness. Shame on you, woman. Shame on you.
But I mean, if we're being honest though, it would actually increase the number of dicks in the Wope Love Shack.
Viewer discretion is advised, everybody.
So which one's pegging who? Is it Maureen
just to be clear, when I say increase, it would increase from 2 to 3.
And all you need is Galadriel.
Trip, that's what you get. This is what you get. You say these things, you're responsible.
Oh dear Lord, that's the depths of depravity that discussion goes sometimes.
This is what happens when Drunk Porial sits back and he lets us just talk about whatever we want to talk about.
I don't. Did you say something, Pips? Like
he's sitting there.
Are you speaking right now? Like, is he saying words? Or is he
he's not even. Yeah, he's confused because he's not actually listening to us.
Pips is like, what? Like, is he speaking words or like what language is this? What evil language? What is he saying? Is he saying anything? I don't think he's saying much of anything.
He's confused because he's not listening. He's actually just looking at his YouTube studio sort of page and hitting refresh to see if he's been remonetized, because we already demonetized his channel. So he's just hitting refresh, just trying to see.
I hate you, Pips. I hate you.
He's just typing emails to the YouTube overlords, just being like, "Hey, the opinions of the Pips do not represent the opinions of the Nerdporial Continuum."
That's tough shit. He's your responsibility. I'm like, dang it. No, it's not.
No.
Man, Salty and Trip are going back and forth and some stuff that we may need to have a separate chat room for those two. Holy shit.
Yeah, they're in the artistic values folder. They're
yes, they are.
they're deep in the artistic values right now. Is what's happening.
Pips is artistic values, and it's a blank page.
What we used to joke about, those of us who were more cultured and didn't have artistic values, which makes sense if you heard the artistic values conversation, was all of the rest of us agreed that on our personal computer there would be, on the desktop there would be a folder 99, and it was like, hey, if
Wait,
you know
wait,
wherever out.
wait a minute. What vacuum are you talking about, High King Feanor? Alpha Chad. What vacuum is this crap? I've never.
It's called Mega Made.
Mega Made. Is
It's
that,
gone
is
from
that a game?
suck to blow.
Suck,
From something.
suck, suck.
Oh, I love
So
Spaceballs.
the joke about Folder 99, again, some darker humor here, was that, you know, hey, if we're ever out flying a mission and you know, the aircraft doesn't come back, the contract was delete Folder 99. So somebody else, before, you know, your stuff gets packed up and sent to your, you know, family, delete Folder 99 was the
Yeah, makes sense. It makes sense. Don't want that
you know,
one getting sent home.
John's artistic values folder. The contract was throw the computer and hard drive over the side of the ship.
Right. Seriously, man. With the heaviest weight you can.
Yeah,
I mean,
there was no salvaging. You just you know. So when the Navy classifies fires, right? So they have alpha through delta fires, and an alpha fire is, I think, like paper, you know, wood sort of products, and you can fight it by, you know, CO2 or, you know, other things, right? I think Bravo was maybe electrical fire. Charlie, I think, was fuels. Those two might be back, but I think those are reversed, actually. Bravo was fuels. Charlie was electrical. Delta was a metal fire. And the procedure for a metal fire on the ship was jettison, right? So you literally, they'd get like a tug or a dozer or something, and they just push it off the side of the ship, was the way that you extinguish a Class Delta fire. And so
Wow.
that was the artistics value laptop. You just jettisoned that. You just
so you're saying the artistic value's name in itself might be what would be categorized as a misnomer.
it might be. It might be slightly off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Metal fires are serious. If you can catch metal on fire, good fucking grief. That's crazy hot.
Yep.
Unreal.
Very hot.
Yeah.
Yep. It is 11:15.
Yeah,
It's
it's getting late.
It's a little late.
I'm going to be waking up here in about 6 hours. So
I didn't think this stream was going to last this long, to be honest.
I'm
I thought we were on a hard
fire.
2 hours, right, Pips?
I mean, previous what's the CHILLPOREAL record? You told me that we were
5 hours and 9 minutes, and you're like, well, we can only do 2 hours. We can only do 2 hours.
Yeah, I'm usually just like 2, and I'm kind of done kind of guy.
You know, Nathan, we did 3.5 hours. Our first one was 3.5 hours, and our second one I think was just under 3 hours.
Yeah.
And then you were just like, okay, I gotta go. My wife wants me to full close. I'm like, okay, fine. I met Mrs. Manetheren. I can understand.
Yeah, no, we get to a point like I'm surprised she hasn't texted me yet to say, "Hey, come to bed."
All right. Well, hey, you know what? Okay. If we're going to, I just want to say that again, thank you for the generous gift of these bourbons. That was a real nice tasting that you set up there. Those were both quite excellent. I think, yeah, man, that what was the first one that we had? It was
Rock Hill Farms.
Rock Hill Farms.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. A single barrel.
Man, Rock Hill Farms was really, really good. And honestly, the Blanton's Gold, I mean, I like Blanton's, and the Blanton's Gold did not disappoint. I just feel like compared to the Rock Hill Farms, it, you know, was almost like
nothing to do with the horse.
I mean, well, they both had horses. That's
yes.
You know, which first of all, I do want to applaud the thematic, you know, thing you're going for. I like that too. That was, you know, it was very nice. So thank you for both of those. The tobacco I have, I'm going to be taking that with me in a couple weeks, and we'll will enjoy that. So thank you. It was a lovely gift and sentiment. So thank you, sir.
Yeah. Well, blessings
Cheers.
to you, your wife, and your new son, because that's kind of what the celebration was for. It's life is precious, and it's a wonderful thing to be able to sit there and even have a distant celebration of that joy with you.
Amen.
Salty, have a good night. Thank you.
Yeah.
And it was good having you in the chat. Man, I feel like it's been a while since Salty and I were in the chat hanging out. Have to check out your channel again. All of you guys, go check them out if you haven't already. I think the people who are here right now at hour 3 are all subscribed to Salty already.
Probably.
Who am I kidding?
Probably. But still, check them out anyway. It's all good.
Yeah, go unsubscribe and resubscribe to Salty.
Yeah, exactly. Get them that engagement, right? And since I'm host, so is there anything you want to pimp out for your channel there, Brian?
Oh, this is the first of 3 CHILLPOREALs this week. So I mean,
holy shit!
Yeah, me and Prophet are going to do one tomorrow with Easton. If as far as I'm concerned, and then I'm doing my usual
alcohol on that one, right?
No alcohol on that one. And then Thursday I'm doing my next CHILLPOREAL with Feanor and Dread Roberts, talking about.
Nice.
We're talking about
I'm a little concerned by you saying probably no alcohol on the one with the minor child.
I mean, no alcohol whatsoever.
Right.
Jesus.
Definitely no alcohol now. Okay, all right, yeah. Continue. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Pips. We're talking the Wuxia films. Probably some Dune's coming out on Thursday. I'm probably gonna go see that in the afternoon. Dune Chapter 2 is coming out, so that's coming. And what's funny is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out on Thursday as well, I think.
Yeah.
So a lot shit is coming out. Yeah. So
Tifa has boobs again.
That's right. That's right. So I don't know if we're gonna talk about that, but we're probably gonna talk about Rings of Power, and I just saw House of Flying Daggers a couple days ago, so we'll probably talk about the Wuxia films I've seen. So, yeah.
Has anyone seen Dune 2?
Dune, it has, I mean, unless you're a big time reviewer on YouTube, it doesn't come out till Thursday.
A member of our Discord has already watched it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What did they say?
They said it was great.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to my knowledge, he's not a YouTuber at all.
Okay. Nice. I'm hoping so. I'm kind of
If
worried.
they had an early screening. That's interesting.
Well, they had a screening. They had a screening yesterday, so I don't know.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's great because the first one was really good.
The first one is so good. Yeah.
Yeah, I have only watched it once in the theater. I have the 4K, and I still haven't opened it yet. So it's another thing I haven't opened. so I'm gonna rewatch that and then watch. I'm gonna probably rewatch the next couple days. So
yeah, I'm planning on taking the family to go see that at some point in the next week or two.
So you guys think it's better than the David Lynch film? Bless you.
Yes. Now
the boils on Baron Harkonnen's face in the David Lynch film.
Oh, you got to do is say Sting.
Yeah, Sting in a Speedo. Yeah.
It is what it is. It's
they have. I think this time the Austin Butler is playing Fade Rotha.
Yeah.
In chapter 2. So I'm curious if they're gonna. I heard rumors that they're gonna cover Children of Dune or Dune Messiah. Excuse me, not Children of Dune. Dune Messiah. So.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the movie pulls through. I've heard that they kind of play up more the role of the chick, the Zendaya's role, and I'm kind of hoping that's not true because
I mean,
It shouldn't be a
it's
major role.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know it's going to be true for two reasons, right? One,
Name.
current year and Zendaya, despite the fact that like I don't think she's an amazing talent,
Right.
but she's an A-lister in the values of listers that seem to be present currently, right?
Mhm.
But also on top of that, every science fiction, fantasy, whatever, any adaptation that's made, almost ever, it's not even like a modern thing, right? They always up the romance aspect
Yeah.
with, the joke, somewhat joking explanation for this is like, yeah, like your girlfriend has to have a reason to watch the movie when you take her to see it.
Yeah. Well, and
Like
that's the thing.
you
Like,
go to watch Dune and like she's got to see the romance with, what is it, Timothy Charlemagne or whatever is,
yeah.
Timothy Charlemagne. Okay.
Yeah. But the
is that not
like
his name? I'm like, I don't know
Chalamet, I
active
think.
name. Chalamet, thank you. Whatever.
Yeah.
Timothy Charlemagne. He's the YouTuber. He's the YouTuber that.
Is that actually a
Well,
YouTuber's name?
Yeah, there's a Charlemagne. There's a YouTuber named Charlemagne.
I knew there was a radio station, a guy named Charlemagne.
yeah, Charlemagne the God.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that guy's got
ridiculous.
some interesting ideas.
Yeah. Interesting is also a misnomer. But yeah, so like having read I just more listened to the book, and like it'll be interesting to see how they pull off the second part of it, because that the relationship between the two, it was not romantic. I mean, it was, but it was all off-screen type stuff.
Have
You
you
know,
have you read the second book?
no, I don't.
So
The first one was it was good. It just, I don't know. Dune is my cup of tea.
I liked the first book. I did not like I didn't finish the second book, to be honest. I read it. I got maybe a third or halfway through it, and it's unusual for me to DNF a book. And I just got bored with it, and I started reading other things, and they interested me more. And so like I still have it, and it's just like every time I think of going back to finish it, I just
You're like, yeah, I'd much rather go back and watch and
yeah.
reread Flowers in the Attic.
Yeah. So anyway, but the relationship between the two of them and the romantic relationship between the two of them is definitely a larger part of the next book. So to the extent that they're supposed to be like adapting this series, not just the first book, I could see them playing it up and it not necessarily being a change from the story. I'm just not sure that I'm not sure that it's a good story. Like, honestly, like I'll just kind of, to the extent that I read it, right? So maybe it changes and there's more context that comes later in the series or later in the book, right? But it's like she's his mistress.
Right.
And like, he's like really in love with his mistress and his wife is political and, whatever. And I think you'll probably appreciate this perspective on it. I hate stories that involve like infidelity. I think that it makes characters like completely unempathetic.
In terms of making it look like they're still making them the good guy in that case. Okay. Yeah.
The character loses like all moral sympathy from me.
Especially.
And so to the point where it's like, trying to give like a redemption to like, oh, there's like more going on to this character. It's like, I don't care.
Yeah. Well, especially when you have elevated that character to be the messiah of the story.
Yep.
It falls false.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of where I ended up with it by the end of the book. Like the first two sections, the first two books out of it, because it's split into three books, or three sections. the first two sections I thought were really good, and the last section was good in terms of the action and everything, but then how everything got resolved in a pure political ploy, I was just kind of dissatisfied with it. It just kind of like, oh, okay. So, hopefully the movie's good. I love the visuals. Denis Villeneuve is a fantastic director. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And hopefully that, he can put up something there that's at least hitting on those same points. I'd like it to finish well.
I agree with what you're saying about like the ending of the book, because I feel like the first book reads like a normal story for like the first like 90%, and then the last like 10% is like somebody took the outline of what was supposed to happen and just kind of like told you about it.
Yeah.
And part of what I didn't like about the second book was that it, like, you're reading it and you're like, is it ever gonna not be exposition?
Oh boy.
And maybe, again, I didn't finish the book, so maybe I have an incorrect view of like the total work. I don't know, but it seemed very heavy on exposition, and then to the parts that were more narrative structured, it was mostly about him and his mistress, and I was like, no, I don't need to read about a philanderer.
Yeah.
Dempsey, how's it going? You're catching the very tail end here. And thank you.
A good old Dempsey coming in. I mean, he's just an hour away from me in Dayton.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah. 11:30. He's popping in late, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I visited him right after I hung out with you. Nathan.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Brian wanted to do this stream an hour later too. Can you imagine?
That's when I usually do my Chilporeals. It's an 8 p.m. Central thing. It was a PIPS coercion that led to 7 p.m. Central.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, people who base things off of Central Time make
Central is the
what is even happening.
Central is the time. No, you can't say that. That's a prophet saying.
Central is not. That's not a time zone. That's
I can't say Eastern's a time zone either. So I mean, I think Central. I think Central is where it's at. Perfect. No. It's the perfect time zone.
Nope. We've got the founders on our side.
The founders of what?
Their country.
Yeah. Oh. Central Time is.
It hasn't truly
get honest about Mountain Time, Trip. People don't even know that exists. So
Central Time is the time, and there's nothing else to say about it.
Yeah, because when they announced way back in the day, when they would be like telling you what times TV shows were on, it was always
Central. It was always Central.
6 Central.
9
it was
Eastern.
Always Eastern Time first.
It was. I hate you.
I hate you. Sometimes
I hate you. You're right.
Sometimes they even skipped Central and said Pacific.
Yeah, that's what I remember. I remember, you'd get like, because I mean,
Central and Mountain Time just got straight fucked in the butt.
I remember, I grew up on the West Coast, so there's that bias there. But it was always like, 6, it was always 6 p.m. Western, 9 p.m. Eastern was how they would announce anything coming out,
Yeah.
And so Eastern Time was the time that every other time zone mentioned Eastern Time, and it was so whatever time zone you're in, and then Eastern Time, right? So, hey, I will admit, the Communist Republic of California was also not a real time. Western Time also doesn't exist. But Central Time definitely doesn't exist. There's like
Central
7
Time
people in Central Time.
absolutely exists.
There's like 7 people
what-
in Central Time. It's
So
absurd.
then what exists more? Does Mountain Time exist more? Or does Central Time exist more?
Mountain Time only has 3 people. It's like Mountain Time.
I don't agree
Pull
with
America, pull America, and they'll probably tell you that America only has 3 time zones.
That's probably
Wow.
not inaccurate, actually.
I think it's 100% accurate. I think it's 100% accurate. And they'll be like, "Well, the California is 3 hours behind," and they're like, "Yeah, it's 3. There's only 3 time zones." Like that's the answer you'll get from the smarter idiots, right? The average idiot, the dumber idiots won't even the time zones. What are you even talking about, right? The smarter class of idiots will think there are 3 time zones.
And that all that being said, Central Time is still number 1. So
Central Time based on the murder rate in Chicago. Central Time now.
I have. Did you hear something? I didn't hear anything. Did you guys hear anything? I didn't hear anything. So, anything you guys want to promote?
But I think what Pips is saying is that you're the only person left in Chicago.
Well, I mean, right now it's too early to be Chicago around Riyadh. So I mean, and I've walked. I listened to that. I listened to the Hadnan Kadir chapter walking at like really late, and it's chilling. It's chilling, especially when there's no sound. There's no sound whatsoever. Not even O'Hare with flights and all that. So what does that say? It says that Central Time is awesome. You guys are wrong, and this is my channel, and you guys are wrong. You guys are wrong. So,
but I'm the host.
Not anymore. But on a serious note, what you guys have anything you want to promote? Pips, when are you guys gonna do your freaking season 2 rewatch? I need to know.
When I get back from my next deployment, I think we'll probably figure out some times, or we may start it while I'm gone, and we may do it because it doesn't involve video stuff anyway. It's all audio, so maybe, but I think it'll probably be when I get back.
Will I got a question? I'm going to be doing Lord of Chaos shortly after Fires of Heaven. I know you're already going to be deployed by then, so. Think you can? I mean, I know it's going to be on a week by day basis, but at least hopefully you can make the finale.
So my schedule is probably better once I'm gone than while I'm here, oddly enough. But we're talking months out, so I appreciate the offer. I will, I always like to come on your channel when I get the chance. It's always fun to be on with you guys talking about the series and everything else.
Yeah, it's your favorite. It's your favorite book, and I would feel wrong if we didn't include you, at least in the finale.
So I feel like Lord of Chaos maybe used to be my favorite book. It's I always say that like my favorite book in the Wheel of Time is like the book that I'm reading now.
Kind of like Robert Jordan says his favorite book is the book he's currently writing now. Same idea.
Yep. Except for Crossroads of Twilight, which is not my favorite.
I thought you loved that book.
You
said you loved that book.
I don't know the Robert Jordan
and Newspring either. So if that happens to be the book, which Newspring I rarely read. It's a very occasional reread versus the rest of the series. But Crossroads of Twilight is my least favorite book in the series, and is my least favorite book even when I'm reading it. That said, I didn't hate it this last time that I read it. I actually enjoyed it. And I think honestly I've enjoyed it most of the times that I've read it. I was just biased because I think Winter's Heart ends on such a strong note, and then you get into Knife of Dreams and it starts on such a strong note that like when you're doing a first read, especially when you were reading it when the series was coming out, like I did for at least those books. I didn't, not for the early books. the wait was what was the problem, right? So you read Winter's Heart, and then you had to wait 2 years, and you read Crossroads of Twilight, and we're kind of disappointed. And then you had to wait 2 years for Knife of Dreams, right?
Winter's Heart came out in 2000.
Yeah.
And Crossroads, I think, came out in 2002 or 2003.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
So waiting for the books to come out, that was a thing, right? But on a reread, it's still bookended by, the climactic events of Winter's Heart and the prologue of Knife of Dreams, and just Knife of Dreams in general, right?
Right.
So it's still hard to like love that book. But I don't hate it as much as I used to. I think in a vacuum, I still actually enjoy it.
I think Nathan, you said Knife of Dreams is your favorite book.
It's definitely a part of the argument, because Pips is right. It starts, it doesn't stop. It is. I mean, Robert Jordan went out with a bang on that book, and it is so good. You will probably need to wear a condom so that you don't mess your pants up during the reading of that book. It's that fucking good.
Shit.
But even with that, right? So I think, especially after Crossroads of Twilight, you read Knife of Dreams and you're like, man, like return to form, triumphant. These are the ways you think of Knife of Dreams, right? And especially it's the ultimate book of Robert Jordan's writing, right? So there's always going to be a spot in my heart for the fact that that's the last book that Robert Jordan wrote, right? And then we get into the Brandon Sanderson books, which we're not going to talk about, right? There's a whole nother stream topic. Not to say that they're terrible or anything like that. I'm just saying it's a whole nother topic.
Enjoyable.
But I don't know. I mean, like if I really had to pick, like, this is my favorite book, books 1 through 4 are probably, like, I think are potentially the best, like, sequential fantasy series books in my mind, right? And I think I would say, like, the only other fantasy series that I can think of that I'm like, that I think is worth discussion is Wheel of Time books 1 through 6. and then after that, I would say The Lord of the Rings is fantastic. I love reading those.
Did you say Lord of the Rings?
The Lord of the Rings.
You said Lord of the Rings. I swear I heard you say that.
Incorrect. So I don't know. I mean,
shame.
There's other fantasy
I made that
series.
intro. I made the intro for you guys too. It's a shame.
You did, and it was a great series.
It was a great series.
We had a good time. Anyway,
but I agree with you on books 1. I agree with you on books 1 through 3. But I'm only on book 5, so can't really say much.
Yeah, but you have the knowledge that Rafe Judkins says that book 4 is his favorite book, which I admit would sour my feelings about book 4 if I knew that when I read it.
Yeah, but Rafe Judkins doesn't even know what book 4 is.
True, but like just even thinking that if I was about to start reading book 4 for the first time, and if somebody was like, hey, this is Rafe Judkins' favorite book, I might not be able to pick it up. I might not be able to read it. Like I might just like, cool, skip it. Read book 5. Book 4,
right.
Obviously shit.
But when you apply Common Core math to the number 4, you understand that what Rafe Judkins is talking about is he's talking about Crossroads of Twilight.
No, he's talking about New Spring. He's actually he's talking about
it's because it's got Maureen in it.
Yeah, it's New Spring is his favorite book. Yeah.
I keep forgetting that's a book. I keep forgetting that's part of the series.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's a prequel.
That is exactly what I'd say. It's worth reading once. And then like if you're ever
after reading the series or something.
no, read it in the order that he wrote them, right? Because it does like if you read it early, there are some spoilers for things that happen in the series, right? Like you get
Right.
information that you wouldn't otherwise have that I think negatively impacts your reading of the first couple books, right? And if you read it too late, like why even go back, right?
When did he do New Spring? Was it after that? It was after Fires of Heaven.
It was before Fire. It was before Knife of Dreams, but after I think Crossroads Twilight. It was 2004.
Yeah, it was somewhere around Crossroads of Twilight. I didn't remember before or after.
Okay. See, I as I recall, I read it for the
you're
first
talking
time
to the
after.
guy who knows his when shit came out. So I'm nuts
this is
about
true.
that type.
But like I remember reading
Except
it
for
after
Stargate, because he hasn't watched it.
It has nothing to do with me knowing when it came out.
Yeah, I read it after
Jesus.
Fires of Heaven. So
Yeah.
But which is actually that's not a bad place to
I
read.
forget where I remember when you said you had to put the series down. Which book was it that you had to put the series down for, and then you didn't read it until many years later?
Me?
Yeah, which book was it? Was it Fires of Heaven?
No, I think it was Lords of Chaos. I finished that one, and then after that, life kind of took hold.
Yeah,
man, I can't even imagine finishing Lord of Chaos and then like not
right. Well,
immediately starting the next book.
It sounds kind of like it's just kind of like, what the fuck are you talking about, right?
Like if I was to imagine stopping reading at the end of Lord of Chaos, like I would have to think like right now in my life with a brand newborn, like that's the time where I would have like read Lord of Chaos and like not immediately started.
Right. Well, and so like, and I started reading the books back in like 98, but it took me a while to get into it. I think I ended up reading Eye of the World twice before I went on to The Great Hunt. And then once I got through that, it was, got into The Great Hunt and I started reading them, but he's such a dense read at times where it was kind of like, okay, I need a breather. Let me read a Star Wars Expanded Universe book or two, and then and then go back. And I think eventually, at that point, by the time I got through Lords of Chaos, I was getting married, starting a family. All that stuff was kind of going on, and so it just kind of fell by the wayside. And then picked it back up years later and said, nope, this bitch is getting done. Because the show's coming out, and I've never heard anything about the show, so I'm kind of excited for it. And then I got really unexcited for it, and the visceral hatred grew out of that, which just did nothing but increase my enjoyment of books. So that's how it goes.
You sound a little muffled.
Yeah, your mic is.
Me?
Now you sound okay. When you said me, now you sound normal.
Really? That's weird.
Yeah. Sound muffled for a second.
Did you catch what all I said? Because it was all really important. Obviously.
I'm gonna say I maybe revisited Bardstown a few too many times. I feel like when you were saying it, I was catching it well enough. And now that you've told me that there's a quiz, I'm like, I didn't catch it at all.
Right. Well, I'm not repeating it because I couldn't. But this is a good bottle. Yeah.
So
it's
now there's a pop quiz on the subject. I'm like, oh gosh.
Right. What is the percentage of corn to rye to malted barley in Bardstown origin series? Good thing is that they actually disclose it on their bottles.
Nice.
Yeah.
So are we wrapping up? Is that
Yeah. So yeah, I was gonna say the only thing that I've got outside of Nerdporal, he's also got Fires of Heaven stream on Sunday. at some kind of central time that he.
You gonna join? You gonna join us,
goes later.
Pips, or are you gonna make dinner and just?
Sunday, I will be flying the aircraft back from that memorial flight that I'm doing.
This Sunday, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, so
it'll
the
let
plan.
you stream and drive, stream and fly.
Nope, you can't stream and fly.
That's bullshit. Fight the power.
No Wi-Fi on the Super Stallion.
Man, they're doing
Yeah,
it, but keeping you down.
So the plan is part 3 will be on Sunday, and then the finale will be the following Sunday. So yeah, that's and then a couple.
You're doing 2 Sundays in a row. I'm not going to be on either of those then.
Yeah, Howard. Well, you know what? I'm going to do something special for you, Pips. I'm going to do something special. I was going to tell you, yeah, because we're doing Chilporial. I plan to finish. You know how me and Nathan, you know how I finished the Shell Rising, and then we did our stream. I'll do the same for Pips. So that'll be our discussion.
There we go.
How's that sound?
You and I can do a solo conversation about it.
Yeah, it'll be my reaction. It'll be an immediate reaction to finishing the Shell Rising, and then we'll do now talk with Dane and everybody else the following Sunday. So, does that work for you?
So what you're thinking? You're going to do 2 Sundays in a row. You're going to finish the series, and then like, sometime after that, you and I do it. Or are you saying prior to?
No. So we schedule Chilporial for next week in March, and I'm going to finish Fires of Heaven by then. Right.
Maybe that Wednesday,
Thursday.
Ooh, okay. It'll have to be late.
It'll have to
be late.
You said you said you were going to be out of town.
I will be.
I gave you a date.
Yeah,
I gave you time.
The thing that's changed has been my duty schedule has changed. So I was going to be there on Tuesday. Now I'm getting there Thursday at like 8 p.m. So we might have to do like 8 p.m. Central, which is the time that you normally do, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So actually, it might kind of work out perfectly. It might be serendipitous.
All right.
We might have to go like maybe 30 minutes late. We'll talk offline. We'll talk offline.
We'll talk offline. You gotta let me know what's going on with you, and we'll figure it out.
The plane tickets have been bought, so like my schedule has now solidified. Because now I have a ticket to get there, and then I'm gonna have to like get a rental car from there to the hotel that I'm gonna be staying at. So I just need a backwards plan and just make sure that I know what time I'll be at the hotel so that I can log in and do it with you. And I think actually 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern for people in real time zones. I think that actually might work totally fine.
Eastern's not a real time zone. Just we have to end this.
Of the Nerdporial do not represent the opinions of the Chillporial stream because he's not the host tonight.
This is true.
I hate you guys.
Yeah. So
that's why you're on the bottom. There's 2 people in a real time zone. Right. 2 people in a real time zone on the top.
Oh, I hate. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I hate you for that.
So to close,
love
you, Brian, and I
love you too.
I'm glad that you reminded me about that because I think that's gonna work, and I'm excited for that. So.
Oh, come on, Dempsey. Bombporials. What is this? what is this? So, but okay. So
he's the power Bombporial.
Oh, shut up. But yeah. So Sunday. So next couple of Sundays, Fires of Heaven. We're gonna finish that. I'm gonna power through it. Then 2 weeks after that, I'm gonna start Lord of Chaos, and I'm gonna probably do the same thing. So, and then after Lord of Chaos, I'm probably gonna take a little break from Wheel of Time. But
you think that until you read the end of Lord of Chaos.
I feel it's a good place to take a break.
Well, Well,
I
he
feel
did
this.
say he was taking a break after Shadow Rising, and that lasted all of how long?
About a couple months, about a month and a half.
Really?
So yeah. So I mean,
Huh.
not as long between Dragon Reborn and Shadow Rising, but yeah,
Okay. All right. Fair
yeah.
enough.
Well, hey,
So
I'm excited to talk. I'm excited to talk the book with you, and I'm excited to hopefully I'll be able to participate in some of your Lord of Chaos streams. I we talked about that whole thing. Like, I don't know if it's my favorite book. It's my favorite end. It's my favorite ending. It's probably like it's got some of
It's
my
so
favorite
good.
scenes. It's got
even better than the final, even Tarmangate, better than Tarmangaten itself.
Oh yeah, I mean mainly because Sanderson can't hold a candle to Robert Jordan. I mean, hey, I know there's some people who were in the chat earlier, and some of them maybe still hanging around, maybe that love Brandon Sanderson. I don't hate Brandon Sanderson. I'm not a hater, but Brandon Sanderson, I think, is not the talent that Robert Jordan was. Robert Jordan, I think, was an artist with prose. I think there are some people who maybe it's like he's not their cup of tea, I guess, which like doesn't diminish the fact that he's an artist. Some people don't like artists are polarizing a bit. Some people like them, some people don't, right? Because they're staking out a claim, they're making a statement, they're doing something, right? And so some people aren't going to like it. But I think that he was a true talent of prose. Brandon Sanderson, I think, is a really energetic storyteller. I don't think he is nearly the writer that Robert Jordan was.
Yeah, I would agree with that. He is energetic is good. He is an expert of word salad sometimes. Um, you know, that said, he's still entertaining. He's a good read. I'm in the middle of the second book of that Stormlight Archive, and some of the event he maps out events pretty well.
Just skip all of the Shallan chapters.
That's a lot of this book so far. So yeah, we'll see. I haven't got to the part where she's completely annoying at this point yet, but
You haven't gotten to like chapter 3 of the first book.
I have felt she's nowhere near the best. She's no Kaladin. She is no Dalinar. That is for absolute freaking sure. She's no Yasna. And
my issue with that series is that like by the most recent book that he's made, like even like Kaladin and like even the characters that I liked early on are now annoying to me.
yeah, I hope that's not the case, but we'll see. It's that first book was really good. The second book so far is lined up pretty good. I like how it's set up, but we'll see.
Well, I'll let you schedule your stream with Dane so that he can tell you all of the ways that you're wrong.
Right? Yeah. There we go. All right. Well, that said, so as for me, I'm on Wednesday night with who's bottom pips now.
So I need the key back. All right. So
well, I'll get there. Hold on. Hold your horses.
Yeah, hold your horses that you just put in a corner. You put horse in a corner.
Yeah, the bottom corner.
We are in a triangle. We're all in a corner.
Yes.
I get it.
Yeah. But I'll be on with Prophet in a couple nights on Wednesday for the next edition of the fight scene autopsy for season 2 of Wheel of Prime. Because now that I'm healthy enough to actually do this, and I don't know why I'm going to make myself sick some more. But that is what it is. It'll be actually a fun time with Prophet. We actually have a lot of fun doing it. But it is a complete shit show when you actually break that down frame by frame. So stay tuned for that. Unless your name is Pips and you're being a dick about it, and I guess there's your key back.
There we go. Finally. All right. All right. Yeah. So Pips, congrats on being a dad, and like I say your name, but Pips Jr., if you're listening to this, I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of the good ones here. All right. There you go. So Sunday, going back Sunday, Wheel Time Book Club. Tomorrow, Prophet and Easton, if they can do it. I mean, depends. Thursday, another Chilporial with Feanor and Dread Roberts. And hopefully somewhere in between, hopefully I'll get that 2001 video somewhere written or something. So yeah.
Don't do it.
Don't do what?
Waste your time with 2001. Sorry.
I should actually have you record something for me saying this movie sucks, Brian. This movie sucks.
Dude, it's the schmegma on a donkey after. Anyway, sorry.
I mean, I already have a fuck you, nerd, and so maybe I get this movie sucks, something like that. So we'll see. But yeah, so everybody, thanks for doing this. Thanks for Pips. Thanks for being here. Nathan, thanks for hosting. Thanks for including me. I don't know. I like doing these streams. Even though I have no idea half the time I have no idea what the hell you guys are talking about. So, yeah. Other than that, everybody, so subscribe to White Close, subscribe to Manetheren, and everybody have a good night and check out this little outro. Well, it's the same outro as always, but take care.
Bye, Manetheren.
Bye, walk in the light.